So thank you everyone for being here and good morning. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Public Works meeting for Wednesday, May 11, 2022. Dr. Campos.
Good morning, everyone. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, establishing roll call and quorum for today. We have President Garcia, Vice President Villegas, President Pro Tem Davis, Commissioner Corzan, and our new Commissioner Reyes. President Garcia, you do have a quorum at this time. Currently, we do have callers on the line under general public comment. We do not have any commentary under the Neighborhood Council comment section. We also may have comments on items 1, 2, and 3 for today's agenda as well. In addition to that, Commissioners, there was 55 comments that were received on items number 1, 2, and 3 in general public comments. Those comments were distributed to all Commissioners. In addition to that, we did receive one single email with a PDF attachment on item number 3 that was distributed to all Commissioners as well this morning.
Got it. Thank you, Dr. Campos. First and foremost, before we get started, colleagues, I want to make the recognition and the acknowledgement of our new commissioner. Commissioner Susana Reyes, welcome to the Board of Public Works. Yay! I'm going to read a little bit about you, and then we want to hear from you. So Susana Reyes, as many as you do know her or not know her, but you will soon get to know her on our board here, was appointed as commissioner by the City of Los Angeles Board of Public Works on April 27, 2022. Reyes was previously on the board of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, where she was first appointed by Mayor Eric Garcetti in June of 2019. Reyes served as the director of the Department of Water and Power as the low-income customer access, a position that helped ensure low-income ratepayers could access financial assistance, discounts, and rebates offered by the utility. At the Department of Water and Power, her priorities and initiatives were focused on equity strategies, renewable energy, energy efficiency, customer service, diversity and inclusion, and change of management. She's also the first Filipino American to be appointed to the Department of Water and Power Board, and Reyes is also the first Department of Water retiree to hold a seat on the commission, which is a very big deal. So, Susana Reyes, it is great to have you here. However, Reyes also includes working on the mayor's sustainability team as a senior sustainability analysis, where she helped oversee the implementation of the Los Angeles First Sustainability City here. So thank you, Ms. Reyes, for all you've done, and welcome to the Board of Public Works.
Thank you so much. I'll keep my remarks brief because of our meeting agenda today. Thank you, President Garcia and fellow commissioners, for the warm welcome. I'm honored and humbled to serve with my esteemed colleagues here on the commission. And when I retired in 2019, I never expected to set out and make a difference as a public commissioner. I have always known, though, that I want to move the needle towards equity and justice and better protection of our resources and infrastructure, our planet, and more importantly, our people, our communities. It's really never about the role, it's always about the goal. As the philosopher Socrates said, the secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. So as your newest commissioner, I roll up my sleeves and I'm ready to serve you all. I can't do this alone, though. It takes a whole lot of collaboration and communication and engagement. And I have many of you to thank for making me a better equity warrior and a badass woman leader, and really learning from and working with and for all of you. So I appreciate the support, the guidance, the welcome. I hope I will be able to serve you above and beyond your expectations. Thank you so much. Ready to serve. Thank you, President Garcia and colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Well, you're definitely at a good place here, and today's definitely a good start meeting for you, where we have such good interactive items on the board today. So welcome, Ms. Reyes. All right, colleagues, it's nice to have a full board, so we'll get started with our items. Dr. Campos, I believe you said we have public comment?
Yes, we do.
Let's take public comment first.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Garcia. Members of the general public, if you are here to provide general public comment, the Board of Public Works is now considering general public comments for today. Again, this is not for any of the items on today's agenda. This is just general public comment. If you'd like to provide general public comment, if you can please raise your hand at this time by pressing *9. If you're joining us through the Zoom application, you can click the raise hand icon that's located towards the lower right-hand side of your screen. Again, this is for general public comment. If you can please keep your hand raised or raise your hand by pressing *9. President Garcia, we do have 7 hands raised at this time. We'll go 8 hands raised at this time. We'll go ahead and take those general public comment hands. We'll go ahead and start with Dr. Tom Williams. Dr. Williams, if you can please unmute your microphone by pressing *6 or click the unmute icon. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Dr. Tom Williams. I'm getting feedback.
We can hear you loud and clear, Dr. Williams. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Tom Williams, LA 32. I'm getting feedback, a lot of feedback. So, LA 32 Land Use and Development Committee. In response to the Bureau of the Engineering, Shirley Lau, we're quite concerned that LA 32 Neighborhood Council, Lincoln Heights Neighborhood Council, and Boyle Heights Neighborhood Council have not been, I say, notified regarding the 710 upgrades of Huntington, Eastern Valley, and the hubs. So we're quite concerned about that. There's also reference to an environmental document without specification as to what it is. I'm quite concerned about that because I've done 500 environmental impact statements, reports, and addenda. So something needs to be done. Okay, there's also a matter that the presentations do not really emphasize buses and bikes. And we're quite concerned about the car-centric development of the 710 upgrades. So we need that. There's also a matter that although pedestrians are referenced, there's nothing about ADA and seniors. And we're quite concerned about that. And personally, I am also quite concerned about that. So we're quite concerned about the whole upgrade in Northeast LA. So 710 money through Measure R are available and are being spent right now, but without any real community input from the neighborhood councils and other organizations within our area.
2 minutes, if you could
please advise Shirley Lau of Bureau of Engineering to get it right and get it out to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. We'll go ahead and move on to the next caller on the line, caller ending in 796, caller ending in 796. If you can please unmute your microphone by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment. Please go ahead. This is for caller ending in 796, caller ending in 796. If you can please unmute your microphone by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment. Last call for caller ending in 796, caller ending in 796. If you can please unmute your microphone by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment. President Garcia, we'll come back to caller 796 one more time. We'll move on to the next caller at this time. Caller ending in 479, caller ending in 479. If you can please unmute your microphone by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment. Caller ending in 479, caller ending in 479. If you can please unmute your microphone by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment. Last call for caller ending in 479, caller ending in 479. If you can please unmute your microphone. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. I'm actually calling on item number 3. Can I reserve my time to be heard on that item?
Absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and lower your hand at this time, and then we'll call for comment on item 3 once the board calls that item. Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller ending in 404, caller ending in 404. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Jean York. I'm from the Reseda Neighborhood Council, and I actually have a community impact statement. So here or at the next day. Sorry, I've never called into Public Works before.
Oh, no worries. And this is for one of the items for today's agenda?
Yeah, it's for item 3, but I have a community impact statement from our neighborhood council that we passed a couple months ago.
Perfect. So you have a couple of options here. One, we can take you now under general public comment. We can also reserve some time under the neighborhood council comment section. Or if you'd like to speak during the item when it's called item number 3, we can go ahead and put you in the queue for that item number 3.
I'll do it under the neighborhood council comment item. I just didn't want to lose the opportunity because it seems like every commission does these things differently. So I just didn't want to,
Perfect.
lose the opportunity. But I'll do it then. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller ending in 645, caller ending in 645. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time, you'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Hall. I'm a land use and environmental attorney, just calling in my private capacity to let the board know that there has been a significant illegal removal of 18 Southern California black walnut trees on a property in the El Sereno community. This property was previously subject to a proposal for development, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife wrote an extensive comment letter indicating that this was a sensitive natural community under CEQA that required special mitigation. And yet, a couple of days ago, the developers, contractors went in and illegally removed 18 protected Southern California black walnut trees. And I think, from what I've heard, is that there may not be enforcement action on this because UFD has said that they did not personally observe the illegal removal. And this is highlighting a just sort of outrageous example of how the ordinance is not working as it should. There's an enforcement provision in the protected tree ordinance that could result in the withholding of building permits for up to 10 years when someone violates the ordinance. And so we would respectfully urge you to direct the Urban Forestry Division to prosecute this, investigate this. And by the way, this is not the first time this has happened. Walnut trees especially are subject to illegal removal because people say that they're doing it in the name of brush clearance. But I tell clients all the time, it's hard for the city to ignore the removal of a sycamore or an oak tree. They're because of the nature of the tree. But walnut trees, unfortunately, get the brunt. So I'm calling to urge you to look into this issue. 18 Southern California black walnuts illegally removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. We'll move on to the next caller at this time. Caller ending in 682. Caller ending in 682. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time by pressing *6, you'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment.
Very spoken. This is Dr. Williams.
Oh, Dr. Williams, okay. Maybe this is why you were receiving feedback. If you have two lines on the line, you would have to mute one line to reduce the feedback.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and
Thank
lower
you.
your hand. Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller, caller ending in 134, caller ending in 134. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Campos, and welcome, Commissioner Reyes. Good morning. This is Barbara Brady, and my first comment has to do with a community impact statement, Dr. Campos, that the Westside Neighborhood Council filed with item number 3. It was filed under the council file number, and I have forwarded it to you in an email message. Second point has to do with public notice for meetings. The board does a very good job of meeting its responsibilities under the Board Act for posting, but I want to call your attention to the fact that neighborhood councils are also subject to the Brown Act. And we have a great deal of difficulty being able to provide timely comment on items of great importance to us when you post with a 72-hour notice and then we have no ability to have a meeting, post an agenda, have a discussion, and come to you with our community's input. And it is our job to give the city advice, and we're often unable to do so. So I'm not sure how you would identify those items that are of greater community impact, whether it has to do with the numbers of comments submitted or a level of community interest that's indicated in some manner. But I really implore you to find a way to give us more time to look at the materials that relate to the items on your agenda, and particularly those that deal with our public realm, our communities, our streets, our sidewalks, our trees. So that's something that I'm very passionate about. The last item has to do with a comment that I just came up with in response to the earlier caller, Mr. Hall's comments, and that is that as a neighborhood council member, I often get telephone calls at 6 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday or Sunday morning, more likely Sunday morning, about people hacking and attacking our street trees, mostly on business corridor, when businesses get frustrated that the street trees are not trimmed in a timely manner, or that they may be blocking their awning, their sign, visibility. And I go out at 6 a.m. with a camera, talk to the people cutting the trees, get the information as to who hired them, take pictures of where the tree limbs are being placed, try to stop them, call the police. But because there are no city employees available to document, there's no follow-up from the city, and we need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brody. We'll move on to the next caller, Micah Hassergian. If you can please unmute your microphone by pressing the unmute icon. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Micah Hassergian. I live in El Sereno neighborhood, and I'm also calling about the illegal removal of the 18 black walnut stumps that happened on the site of the former Onyx 32 project, which was no longer active projects. And as Jamie Hall stated, CDFW sent comment letters saying this is a sensitive natural habitat. So the developers were well aware that they had protected species on their property, and this was a malicious attack in order to try to get their property values raised, or in order to get the development pushed through easier for the next time that they want to do a project. So I strongly urge that there's an investigation that goes into this illegal acts, and that the full enforcement of the 10 years of withholding building permits be enforced per the city tree ordinance. In addition to this illegal trimming and illegal cutting down of stumps, they cut down a tree that was not on their property. So there's a neighbor that is bordering their properties, and they have video evidence of this. So please, if anyone says that they didn't witness it so they can't enforcement, that's just straight up not true. A full investigation needs to happen into this. And there is evidence, including photo evidence of tagged trees being piled up on the sidewalk by the street. So once again, this is happening all the time in our neighborhood in the guise of brush clearance because these trees have multiple stumps and the diameter needs to be counted as a cumulative diameter. Developers can't just go in and cut multiple stumps just because their diameter is less than 4 inches. So please enforce this tree ordinance. It's really important to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Micah. We'll move on to the next caller, caller ending in 890, caller ending in 890. If you can please unmute your microphone by pressing *6. You will have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. Commissioners, I want to echo what Jamie Hall and the caller just before me said in reference to the illegal removal of protected and state-designated rare California black walnut trees. This was clearly a malicious removal. This Onyx 32 was denied by the city, their project plan, after careful review and planning. We need you to support the protected tree ordinance fully and send a message to this owner of this property by implementing the full penalty that's allowed to you under the protected tree ordinance, which is to disallow this owner the ability to develop this property for 10 years. So I know the council office is investigating this, but we urge the Board of Public Works to support this, the protected tree ordinance and the penalty that it allows you. And again, that penalty is up to 10 full years, which is actually a small price to pay for this malicious tree removal in what is designated as a sensitive natural community, in addition to all the protected trees. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next caller, caller Cecilia. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time, you'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners, and good morning, everyone. My name is Cecilia, and I'm currently a resident of Alameda County. I have several family members who reside in multiple parts of Los Angeles County. And furthermore, I think the last 2 years of the pandemic clearly show that what happens in one geographic location creates lasting impacts in other places. Like many other callers before me, I'm speaking about the legal and unpermitted removal of the protected and threatened Southern California black walnut trees. This species of tree provides habitat and refuge for many different types of wildlife, 29 different types of birds, and I want the commissioners to understand that this isn't a light matter, considering the compiling crises of ecological loss, breakdowns in our hydrological cycles, and these trees play a crucial role in maintaining the health of already impacted and burdened urban ecological cycles. I want the commissioners to understand that this is a deeply violent act, and I need the commissioners to do what you can to address this and to prevent all further harms by the party responsible. So I urge the commission to follow the city's established protocol to ensure that the Urban Forestry Division enforce the tree protection ordinance and apply the penalty of withholding any and all building permits for 10 years for the developer responsible for these actions. Doing this is something that is paramount considering the ecological crisis that's happening now that have already been impacting all of our human health. Yeah, thank you so much for your time, and I hope you address this deeply violent act.
Thank you, Cecilia. We'll move on to the next caller, Hugh Kenny. Hugh Kenny, if you can please unmute your microphone. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment.
Yeah, okay, so I can talk directly to the computer, right? I don't have to use the phone?
Yes, please go ahead. We can hear you.
Wonderful, great. Okay, every Saturday, this is short. Every Saturday I meet with a group of volunteers at the Audubon Center at Debs Park to carry buckets of water up a hillside to thirsty black walnut saplings. About 3 years have passed with or without me. These saplings are now merely 18 inches tall. I will not see them grow as tall as I am. Yet in El Sereno, it appears that 18 mature, protected black walnut trees have been destroyed by the developer of the former Onyx 32 project. These trees had escaped the chainsaw and the grader until the return on investment finally matched the effort of destroying the hills. Till now. The people and the officials of Los Angeles decided and codified that we were going to protect these trees, its wildlife and our canopy. It's time we acted like protectors and not like chumps. Let's see some consequences. Let's have this developer develop some integrity and respect for our communities and for the law. Let's give him and his projects a good 10 years away from our neighborhoods while we cool off. I believe that is the maximum penalty. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. We'll go back to the last caller, or the first caller, which is caller ending in 796. Caller ending in 796. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment. Again, this is for caller ending in 796. Caller ending in 796, if you can please press *6 to unmute your microphone. Last call for caller ending in 796, area code 310, 796. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment. Hearing no response from 796, all other callers have been considered as well. President Garcia, we did have one more caller that just raised their hand. Call in user 2. Can we go ahead and take that call really quick? Thank you. Caller, call in user _2. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time. Your hand is raised for general public comment. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under this segment. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time. This is for call in user _2. Hi.
Hello, I'm just getting clarity. Item number BPW 202-0308, is that on your agenda today? It was.
This is for the STAP program?
No, the digital billboard. Is that on your agenda today?
Digital billboard, maybe item number 2. Let me double check for item number 2.
Dr. Campos, I believe the caller is referring to the
item 3?
STAT program.
The STAT program. Yes, that's item number 3. We're taking
yes, that's the item
comment.
that I want to speak to.
Okay, right now we're taking general public comments. Would you like to speak under this segment for 2 minutes?
Yes, please.
please go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under the
Yes,
general public comment.
I'm deeply concerned about the impact of these digital lights. And the
Caller,
impact
caller,
they'll
this
have
is
on-
general public comment. You'll have an opportunity to speak on agenda item number 3 when the board gets to that. Right now,
Okay,
this is
thank you.
general public comment.
Thank you. Okay.
President Garcia, that does clear the queue for general public comment at this time.
Great, thank you, Dr. Campos. I understand we also have neighborhood council comment.
Yes, if it's okay, we'll go ahead and close general public comment at this time.
Yes, public comment is now officially closed, and we're moving on to neighborhood council comment.
Thank you, President Garcia, for opening up the neighborhood council commentary. We did receive one caller on the line, caller ending in 404. Caller ending in 404 from the neighborhood council. Can you please restate the neighborhood council? Is it the West Side Neighborhood Council?
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Which neighborhood council
Hi,
are you from?
I'm from the Reseda Neighborhood Council. We
Reseda.
submitted a community impact statement back in October on this topic because they had a presentation in our area with the various bus stop choices. So we wrote in a community impact statement on that. So I just wanted to go over a couple of the things that we're sort of concerned about. So in our community impact statement, the first thing that I wanted to start with is that we talked a lot about bus rider equity. We would really like to see bus shelters prioritized along routes that lack shade equity. Reseda gets particularly hot in the summer, and access to shade at a stop is crucial for encouraging ridership. For the past 20 years, Los Angeles bus riders have not been provided shelter and a seat in the shade unless there can be advertising money recouped from it. This means that shelters have been prioritized according to the advertising revenue rather than the needs of the community. In a region where voters have taxed themselves 4 times to improve transportation options, why is it that policymakers have decided that that doesn't include transit and bus access, or sidewalks and crosswalk access? Additionally, we looked at and talked about the security of data. We adamantly oppose provisions for cell phone tracking in the shelters. The data can be shared with the contractors for ad targeting, and we have no insurance that the data will be kept safely by the city, and that practice also violates GDPR. But also, I think the thing that our neighborhood council feels strongly about is that just because you use a public good doesn't mean that you should have to be giving up something in exchange for it. So that's kind of the crux of our conversation. Then we also talked a little bit about the safety of digital advertising. We're concerned about the safety liability impacts of digital advertising screens and bus shelters. Studies have shown that changing or flashing digital ad screens are possibly dangerous as they're designed to attract drivers' sustained attention and may result in harm to traffic safety. Thus, that could exacerbate the problem of driver distraction. Pedestrian fatalities are already a very serious problem in Reseda and Los Angeles as a whole. And among the leading cause of motor vehicle accidents, driver distraction accounts for about 80% of crashes and 65% of near crashes. There was a study that was done by the Swedish Transport Authority that found that digital billboards do cause longer glance and dwell times, but it was inconclusive on the effects of driver safety. So we're really hoping that the board, if they are doing any sort of digital advertising, will think very critically about the intensity of the light, the standards for flashing, because what we really don't want is something that creates a situation where driver distractibility is increased and then potentially results in more pedestrian fatalities, because Reseda has many streets that are in the high injury network, and this is an area that our entire neighborhood council is very concerned about and has spoken on really quite frequently. We also think that the public deserves to know the thoughts and the plans of the city and how this program will connect with a holistic and healthy urban design vision for our public realm. We believe that a lack of an integrated approach is a systemic issue that goes beyond this project, because we're the largest U.S. city without a capital infrastructure plan. So we don't have a clear picture of where public works funds have gone over the years, and we're not able to see, the publicly accessible future funding and implementation goals. However, in the short term, we just want to have, I guess, like a better sense of the plan for where bus shelters will be placed and what areas will be prioritized and how that fits into a larger plan, just in the way that a capital expenditure plan would be. So the other thing is that we want to know if there will be funding made available for making bus stops and shelters ADA accessible, and how the program would work with streetscape improvements such as broken sidewalks, widening sidewalks, and tree planting. And then we also want to know about how bus stop investments are tied to bus lanes and other transit operational improvements. We are also interested in learning more about last mile connectivity and how that's going to be thought of in sort of a systemic and holistic approach. So that's basically our community impact statement. It's more questions and cautions than a statement of support or opposition. But we do have areas that we do want to see prioritized, and in particular, that includes shade equity as probably our first priority, and then data protection is a big one, and then also not engaging in practices that would increase risk for pedestrians and bicyclists because of driver distractibility. So thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, caller ending in 404 from the Reseda Neighborhood Council. Caller ending in 134, caller ending in 134 from the West Side Neighborhood Council. Did you want to speak under this segment, Ms. Brody? You can unmute your microphone by pressing *6. This is for caller ending in 134.
Do I have the option of making comments for the Neighborhood Council during the comments on item 3?
Yes, you do.
I
go ahead.
will wait.
To item
Thank
3.
you.
Perfect. Perfect. Just wanted to double check with you. Thank you, Ms. Brody. President Garcia, that clears the commentary for the Neighborhood Council comment section.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Campos. Neighborhood Council comments are officially now closed. And that will move us on to the first item of today's business, which is the approval of the minutes for Wednesday, April 27, 2022. Is there a second to my motion to move this item forward?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Villegas. Dr. Campos, we have a first by me and a second by Vice President Villegas to move the approval of the minutes of Wednesday, April 27 forward and forthwith.
We'll go ahead and start the voting tabulation now. We'll start with you, Madam President.
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis.
Davis, aye.
And Commissioner Corzan. Commissioner Corzan, we cannot hear you.
Maybe do a thumbs up if you can hear us.
Or raise his hand.
Or say yes. Raise your hand.
Raise his electronic hand.
Great. But there you go. We can hear you now.
Good.
Thank you. We'll take that as a yes. And then Commissioner Reyes.
I abstain since I'm not at that meeting.
Great. Thank you. This
Dr. Campos, just as a technical matter, I understand Commissioner Reyes is not being able to vote on it. I think the record does need to reflect a lack of a vote as a yes, but I recommend that you put into the record her comment that she didn't participate in that meeting. The fact that a vote has to get recorded as a yes when there is no vote is simply a matter of our code. It doesn't reflect anything beyond that.
Absolutely, we'll make that notation.
The issue does come up from time to time, and so that's historically how we've done it when the commissioner is voting on an item.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. We will make that notation, and this motion carries and is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. All right, colleagues, we're going to move on to item number 1 on today's agenda. This is for all council districts from the Bureau of Engineering. This is a revised policy, sidewalk dining and automated LA alfresco transition process. Recommending I'm going to read it into the record, Dr. Campos. I know that we have public comment, so I'll read it and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll have our presenter from the Bureau of Engineering to do his presentation. Does that sound okay to everyone, commissioners? This is in all council districts, recommending the board to approve the proposed board's policy on sidewalk dining to replace the current policy which was approved by the board on October 20th of 2021 to remove the requirement for business owners to record the waiver of damages on the property deed. And 2, authorize the Bureau of Engineering to create and implement a new automated LA alfresco transition process to transition from the LA alfresco sidewalk dining program to the sidewalk dining revocable permit or permit, and to utilize condition notes on the automated permit to ensure compliance with the sidewalk dining policy. 3, authorize the Bureau of Engineering to allow a 6-month grace period after issuance of the automated R permits for applicants to submit the waiver of damages and liability insurance and to pay any applicable sewerage facilities charges. And 4, authorize the Bureau of Engineering to use special engineering fee to charge a lower fee for the automated R permits after such lower fee is established by City Council. So Dr. Campos will open up public comments for item number 1 at this time.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Garcia. Members of the general public, if you would like to provide commentary on item number 1 for today's agenda, if you can please raise your hand at this time by pressing *9 or click the raise hand icon on your Zoom application if you're joining us through Zoom. Again, this is for members of the general public that would like to provide public comment on item number 1 for today's agenda. If you can please raise your hand at this time by pressing *9 or click the raise hand icon on the Zoom application. Last call for public comments on item number 1. If you are here to provide public comments, if you can, on item number 1, if you can please raise your hand by pressing *9 or click the raise hand icon on the Zoom application. President Garcia, there is no comments on item number 1.
Thank you very well. So we'll move on with our presentation. So who do we have here from Bureau of Engineering?
Good morning. Wesley Tanagiri.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Tanagiri. Welcome. And feel free to start when you're ready.
Thank you. Again, Wesley Tanagiri, Bureau of Engineering, Central District Office. The item before you is regarding the Bureau of Engineering's proposed process to automatically transition the LA alfresco sidewalk dining to a permanent Bureau of Engineering revocable permit for sidewalk dining. Included in this proposed process are revisions to the existing sidewalk dining policy, which include removing the requirement to record the waiver of damages, allowing a 6-month grace period for applicants to comply with permit conditions, and allowing the Bureau of Engineering to charge a reduced fee for the automated transition process. For background, in response to the difficulties experienced by restaurant owners due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the city launched the LA Alfresco program managed by the Department of Transportation in May 2020. The LA Alfresco program provided restaurant owners a streamlined process to allow sidewalk dining, on-street dining, and outdoor dining on private properties such as parking lots. In November of 2020, a council motion was adopted that requested the city departments to work together on a plan to expeditiously transition the LA Alfresco dining to permanent locations. Regarding that motion, once LA Alfresco program ends, the Bureau of Engineering's proposed plan is to automatically transfer the LA Alfresco sidewalk dining to a permanent revocable permit with the proposed revisions to the policy. The automatic transition will begin once the applicant agrees to transition to the Bureau of Engineering revocable permit and pay the reduced fee of $149, which was reduced from the previous sidewalk dining fee of $556. Once the applicant agrees and pays the fee, they will instantly be issued a revocable permit for sidewalk dining with the understanding that they have 6 months to comply with the rest of the requirements, which include payment of additional sewer facility charge fees, provide proof of liability insurance, and the submittal of a waiver of damages. The Bureau of Engineering believes these proposed updates to the board's sidewalk dining policy will expeditiously transition the LA alfresco sidewalk dining to permanent revocable permits. It should be noted, however, that this only applies to the sidewalk dining, and the Bureau of Engineering will continue to work with the Department of Transportation to transition the LA alfresco on-street dining. This concludes my report, and I can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Wesley, for that report. I appreciate it. Very thorough. Colleagues, any questions for Wesley or Tanat? Good morning, Tanat. I see a question from Commissioner Corson. Commissioner Corson?
For the presentation, appreciate it. I'm a big fan of this program. This is streamlined. I do have a question though. We're kind of streamlining it for automation.
Mr. Corson, I don't know if you can get closer to your mic. We hear you, but perhaps that will work.
Bald head, is that?
We're interested in what you have to say. Today has been a very technical situation at City Hall. We're both at City Hall. Let me move on to another commissioner. Commissioner, any other questions for Wesley while Wahid works out his technical situation? Hearing Vice President Villegas.
Thank you. Actually, didn't have a question. Just wanted to thank the Bureau for bringing this item to the board, and I'm glad that it's going to be permanent. It'll be a benefit for restaurant owners to be able to have their patrons either dine in or out. So makes it safe all around. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Villegas. Commissioner Reyes.
So my question is, I know there was an amendment in October of 2021 about all the entities like EWDD, DOT, City Planning, BOE, BSS, for establishment of a single portal, right? Where all the applications for the temporary to permanent transitions of the alfresco permits will be received. Has that been accomplished, and how is that doing?
The existing portal, the LA Alfresco is the existing portal that restaurant owners can apply for sidewalk, on-street, and private property dining at this time. So the Department of Transportation manages that, and restaurant owners can apply at that one single spot, which involves BOE for sidewalk, Department of Building and Safety for private dining, and the Department of Transportation for on-street dining. So there is that single portal that the customers do have at this time.
And are we monitoring the performance of that single portal? Who's doing the monitoring for that?
Yes, the Department of Transportation monitors and tracks that program at the moment.
And is the information shared with you and the other departments or bureaus that are involved?
They will provide updates on the numbers or of any issues that might come up whenever they come up, but I haven't seen that report lately.
I just want to ensure that it's streamlined and that the process is going well for our customers, right? And that if there is anything that that needs to be brought to the board for problems that we can, help resolve, I would appreciate that. So if you could please reach out to our LA DOT partners who's monitoring this site, I would appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you, Wesley.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. And Mr. Corson, let's try again.
I think I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you to Vice President Villegas for trying to fill some time so I can have a chance to speak. And Commissioner Reyes actually kind of asked my question. I was curious, I know this is a really important program for our local restaurants. I was just curious what we were doing on the initial permitting process to streamline, and you just answered that. So thank you for the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Person. And Dr. Davis.
Yes, Wesley, thank you for your report. I just had some clarification in terms of the fee. What was the old fee, and what is the difference between this fee now and the old fee?
So currently with the Bureau of Engineering revocable permit for sidewalk dining, directly through us, the Bureau of Engineering, the fee is $556. That's to go through the normal Bureau of Engineering revocable permit process. Currently under the LA Alfresco, which is currently free for restaurant owners, they can apply through LA Alfresco for no fee. Our proposal is to transition the LA Alfresco dining to a Bureau of Engineering revocable permit with the reduced fee of $149 because the process is more automated, so it's less time for BOE staff, which justifies the reduced fee.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Davis. And Wesley, just for a reminder, new participants can still have time to be part of this program, right?
So the LA Alfresco is still running at this time, so yes, restaurant owners can apply through the LA Alfresco program right now.
Got it. And they would receive the benefit of transitioning over as well. Am I correct?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, so if anybody wants or was thinking of doing any sidewalk dining, this is actually a good time to come to the city to see how we can make it legal and be able to provide that service for your restaurant.
Yes, that's true.
Thank you, Wesley, for that. All right, colleagues, if there isn't any other questions, or is there a motion on the table to move item number 1 forward?
I'll make the motion.
Very energetic folks here. I'm going to take a first by Vice President Villegas and a second by Commissioner Corson to move item number 1 forward and forthwith. Dr. Campos?
Yes, we'll start the voting tabulation. We'll start with you, President Garcia.
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Corzan.
Aye.
And Commissioner Reyes.
Aye.
This motion is adopted and carries unanimous. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Campos, and thank you, Wesley Tanat, for working on this. We're very excited, and I too second Mr. Corson's comments on this. Has been a very well thought out program, and I'm very happy that now restaurants can have the option to do this. And actually, it's so inviting to sit outside at times, especially now that we'll be in the summer months. So thank you for that. True, also a fan of this. So, Mr. Corson, I agree with you. All right, colleagues, have a good rest of the week. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, moving on to item number 2. This is a item from the Bureau of Street Lighting for Council District 6. The funding source amendment for the Valerio Street Lighting Improvement Project Community Development Block Grant, recommending the board to 1, amend the contract to modify the funding source from Fund 424 to Fund 100 as discussed in this report. And we have today Ms. Kwan here. Hi, Ms. Kwan. Haven't seen you for a while. We don't have any callers on this one, right? Dr. Campos, just double checking because I know we have quite a few today.
I believe we do not, however. Let me just double check, President Garcia, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
Members of the general public, if you are here and would like to provide public comments on item number 2, if you can please raise your hand at this time by pressing *9, or you can click the raise hand icon on the Zoom application. Again, this is for item number 2. Last call for public comments on item number 2. If you're here from the general public that would like to provide public comments on item number 2, if you can please raise your hand at this time by pressing *9 or click the raise hand icon. President Garcia, there's no callers on item number 2.
Understood. All right, moving on forward. Ms. Kwan, welcome.
Good morning, President, Vice President, Commissioners, Executive Officer, City Attorney, and Bureau representatives. I'm Janet Kwan with Bureau Street Lighting. I'm here today to request for an amendment to the adopted award board report for the Valerio Street Lighting Improvement Project. The contract for this project was awarded by the board on September September 10, 2021. The project was financed by the Community Development Block Grant. The award report indicated funding to be expended directly from Fund 424 accounts. But Fund 424 accounts are not intended to be expenditure accounts. They act as holding.
Ms. Kwan, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think you also have to get closer to your mic. We're having a hard time having a consistent voice recognition there.
Let me try to plug something in here. Hopefully help.
Whatever you just did, it sounded better.
Okay. Should I start from the beginning here?
It's a technical day today.
Okay. So let me just go back a little bit. The contract for this project was awarded by the board on September 10th, 2021. The project is financed by the Community Development Block Grant. The award report indicated funding to be expended directly from Fund 424 accounts, but Fund 424 accounts are not intended to be expenditure accounts. They act as holding accounts. The funds must be transferred to a Fund 100 account so that contractor invoices can be paid. The request for the transfer has already been made and is expected to be approved in May or June of this year. In the meantime, sufficient funds in the Fund 100 account are available for payments to the contractor prior to the transfer. This report requests to revise the funding source of the award report from Fund 424 accounts.
Ms. Kwan, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna. The very last, almost two last sentences that you said were very, very difficult to hear. Can you, yes, the very last two, and probably get closer to your mic.
I already have it next to my mouth.
You actually have a real mic.
Okay. Yeah. Let me go back a little bit. So,
right there, you have a good tone. Go ahead.
So the funds must be transferred to a Fund 100 account so that the contractor invoices can be paid. A request for the transfer has already been made and is expected to be approved in May or June of this year. In the meantime, sufficient funds in the Fund 100 account are available for payments to the contractor prior to the transfer. This report requests to revise the funding source on the award report from Fund 424 accounts to a Fund 100 account in order to pay contractor invoices. This is not a request for additional funding. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Kwan. Colleagues, we have a public comment on this item. It was raised during Ms. Kwan's presentation. Dr. Campos, before we go to commissioners' questions, can we hear the public comment?
Absolutely. Caller ending in 890, caller ending in 890. If you can please unmute your microphone. You raised your hand during this item. If you can please unmute your microphone by pressing *6. Caller ending in 890, caller ending in 890. If you can please unmute your microphone by pressing *6. There you go. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under item number 2.
Oh, sorry. This is a mistake. I was meant to wait for item number 3, but I'll mute again.
Thank you. Just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Campos. We want to make sure we gather whoever's here has taken the time to be here to speak. All right, Ms. Kwan. Colleagues, any questions? I see Commissioner Reyes has a question for Ms. Kwan. Go ahead, Ms. Reyes.
No, I failed to lower my hand. Thank you.
Oh,
No question for me.
No problem. Vice President Villegas.
Just a clarification, I hope we can hear your answer. When did you all meet, or when did you all find out on the mix-up of the accounts? That this was, I guess, approved in last year.
Yeah, probably about a month and a half.
Okay, and was it just because of that account was depleting, or how did that raise suspicion, or like what caused it to raise concern, or the mix-up realized?
We had a contractor invoice that needed to be paid, and when we tried to pay it, of course, that's when we realized that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Villegas. I don't see any other questions from our colleagues. Is there a motion on the table to move this item forward?
So move.
I have Dr. Davis. I'll second it. So Dr. Campos, there's a first by me and first by Dr. Davis and a second by me, but to move item number 2 for the Bureau of Street Lighting, move it forward and forthwith.
Great. We'll go ahead and start the voting tabulation, and we'll start with you, President Garcia.
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis.
Davis, aye.
Commissioner Corzan.
Aye.
And Commissioner Reyes.
Aye.
This motion is adopted and carries unanimous. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Kwan. Thank you for being here. Good luck on your mic situation.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good rest of the week.
Okay.
All right, colleagues, we're moving on to item number 3. I understand we have quite a few public comments. I will read it into the agenda if that's okay with everyone. Then we'll go to public comments and then we'll go to our presentation. So let's start number 3 with that. This is for the Bureau of Street Services, item number 3. This is in all council districts. This is a contract approval for Transito Vector LLC, final sidewalk and transit amenities program consideration of initial study mitigated negative declaration. Recommending to the board, in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, review and consider the final sidewalk and transit amenities program, STAP, initial study mitigated negative declaration and related documents for the staff adopt as Department of Public Works advertising content policy. Approve the proposed contract with Transito Vector LLC for the staff subject to the approval of the mayor and the city council, and adopt and forward this report and transmittals to the city council with the recommendations that the city council 1. Adopt the attached findings, including under CEQA. 2. Adopt the ISM&D. 3. Adopt the mitigation monitoring program prepared by the ISM&D. 4. Approve the staff as described in the ISM&D, including the staff contract as provided below, and the proposed ordinance amending section 67.01A and 67.02B of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, as provided below. 5. Adopt the ordinance transmitted to the City Council by the City Attorney on November 16, 2021, Council File 20-1536, to amend section 67.01A and 67.02B of the LAMC to clarify the definition of outdoor advertising structure and to exempt certain approved structures from the prohibition of outdoor advertising structures in the public right-of-way. 6. Approve the award of the proposed contract for the staff to Transito Vector LLC pursuant to Los Angeles Administrative Code, Section 10.5. 7. Authorize the president or 2 members of the Board of Public Works to execute the proposed contract with Transito Vector LLC upon approval by the Los Angeles City Council and Mayor's Office. 8. Authorize positions in the Bureaus of Street Services and Street Lighting for the administration and implementation of staff for the period of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. Number 9. Authorize the creation of 2 new positions classifications entitled Principal Landscape Architect and Senior Landscape Architect to provide landscape architectural professionals within the City of Los Angeles promotion opportunities equal to other licensed registered engineering and architectural professionals, and provide for the consistent equal alignment of positions, classification, and salaries for all engineering and architectural professionals within the city. 10. Authorize the upgrade of 1 existing contract administrator 9168 position authority and 1 existing landscape architect 2 729-2 position authority within the Bureau of Street Services dedicated to the management of the staff to position classifications entitled Principal Landscape Architect and Senior Landscape Architect respectively upon creation of those new positions, classifications, and 11, lastly, 2, authorize the transfer of $1,057,362 from the reserve fund to the unappropriated balance and appropriate therefrom to the following accounts within Fund Number 100, Department 62, and Department 84. Such funds are to be reimbursed to the reversed fund from the minimum annual guarantee payment from Transito Vector LLC. And we have here today the Bureau of Street Services presenting, but we're going to start with public comment on the item I just read. So Dr. Campos, shall we start with public comment?
Absolutely. Thank you, President Garcia. Members of the general public, if you're here to join us for item number 3, the Board of Public Works is now considering item number 3. If you'd like to provide public comments at this time, if you can please raise your hand by pressing *9. If you're joining us through the Zoom application, you can click the raise hand icon that is located towards the lower right-hand side of your screen. Again, this is for item number 3. If you're here from the general public and would like to provide general public comments on item number 3, if you can please raise your hand at this time by pressing *9 or click the raise hand icon. Great, thank you so much. We did have a couple of callers on the line at this time. President Garcia, we're going to go ahead and take the Neighborhood Council first. I believe it's from the West Side Neighborhood Council, caller ending in 134, caller ending in 134. Ms. Brody, if you can please unmute your microphone at this time by pressing *6. There you go. We can hear you. Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. I'm going to add my own comments within the time period unless I should separate them. Dr. Campos, what is the best way to do that?
If you're here to... Yes, there's 2 ways that you can present your commentary. One, since the West Side Neighborhood Council made an official action on this item, you will not be given, you're not bounded by the 2-minute rule. You can go ahead and speak on the West Side Neighborhood Council and speak on behalf of the West Side Neighborhood Council. Then at that point, if you wanted to also speak as an individual, not the Neighborhood Council, then I would clock the 2-minute rule on you. If that's okay, we can go ahead and start with the West Side Neighborhood Council comments first, and then we can stop there, and then we would reopen it up for 2 minutes as an individual.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. My name is Barbara Brady. I'm co-chair of the Neighborhood Council Land Use Committee, and I want the board to know that on November 11, 2021, in a regular monthly meeting of our council, the board voted to oppose the movement of the staff program at this time because while we recognize and strongly support the need for an expanded transit shelter program, the WNC believes that given the scope of the proposed project and the many potential impacts of digital signage on public safety, that it is inappropriate to seek clearance of this program through a mitigated negative declaration. Rather, the West Side Neighborhood Council recommends that a full environmental impact report for the program be done to identify possible negative impacts on public safety and the environment to determine if mitigations can address these impacts or whether a project alternative is the best course of action. We were very troubled that despite the large number of public outreach meetings held to promote and educate the public about staff, that in these outreach programs there was no mention of a proposed change and introduction of a new LA municipal code that would open up our public right-of-way to advertising structures of an undefined number or type or size or presence. We have no way to know what that LA municipal code will do on our streets, and we will have no voice in commenting on what happens. We will be informed after the fact and be informed about what's happening on our streets, but there will not be a process, and there has not been a process defined to make suggestions for improvement, changes, or to oppose. So we were very much concerned about the approach using a mitigated negative declaration, but in addition to be introducing a new LA municipal code when that was never done and discussed in any of the public outreach meetings. So that concludes my comments for the Neighborhood Council.
Thank you, Ms. Brody. We'll go ahead and start your your comments on item number 3 as an individual. We'll go ahead and start the clock for 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Today, board members, you will be asked to approve a STAP program, a program that will govern the future use of our public right-of-way for the next 20 years and beyond. This is an initiative that goes well beyond the provision of transit shelters. This is a conversation about an initiative that will radically change the appearance and use of our public right-of-way, our streets, parkways, and sidewalks. This will happen without the public having a defined voice in any uses or changes that will occur. We will be informed, but there will be no process to consider any community input. In other words, people will have to listen, but they won't have to do anything about what we say. After the STAP RFP was issued, and I want to remind you that there was no public input into the formation of the RFP, there were many public outreach sessions. What you may not be aware of is that we ask questions that remain unanswered today. Pledges and promises for follow-up on specific issues that were raised never came to pass. Of significant concern is that we were not informed about the new LAMC. We're also concerned that this program conflicts with the city's mobility element, a part of our general plan. We're concerned that the distractions that will cause accidents and will be of extreme danger to our most vulnerable street users, our pedestrians and bicyclists, at a time when Vision Zero is struggling to succeed, and in fact, some would say is failing. There are transportation studies done by cities and governments all around the world that document the dangers of driver distraction. Why isn't our Department of Transportation or a neutral third party being asked to bring that information to this board so that you have a complete picture as to what's happening? And
2 minutes, if you can please wrap up.
One last point. We have 1,884 existing shelters. 1,116 to 1,249 new shelters will bring the total to 3,583 shelters. That's less than half the existing transit stops we have today. We need to provide shade and shelter to riders, and this program doesn't do it.
Thank you. Please wrap up.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next caller. Call in user 2. Call in user _2. I apologize. Call in user _2. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under item number 3. Again, this is for call in user _2. Hi, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
My name is Asata Umoja, and I'm with the Hyde Park Organizational Partnership for Empowerment. We're very seriously concerned about the impact of the digital lights, and we would encourage you not to go forward with that program. I've seen the impact of digital lights along Century Boulevard. They're very disturbing. They do take away your attention, and they're flashing all night long. It doesn't make sense. And we really encourage you not to have that be something that you put on our communities, because it does impact quality of life. There has to be some point where you don't see lights flashing all the time. In addition to the impact that we've understood that it really has on some people who have physical ailments, some people who have seizures, that is not good for our communities in terms of being able to just have a sense of peace in terms of quality of life, and nor does it make sense to further impact anyone who already has an illness. So we really encourage you to not support and go forward with this whole thing with the digital lighting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 479. Caller ending in 479. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under item number 3. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Ellen Berkowitz, Special Counsel to the Greenberg Trog Law Firm. I represent Outfront Media, J.C. Deco. First of all, I just want to say, Dr. Campos, you do such an admirable job keeping all of us technically challenged public speakers on track. You are to be commended for being so incredibly patient and polite to all of us. I'm here this morning to talk to you about the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Those are the issues that we raised in our comments on the CEQA document and again in the letter that we submitted yesterday. And look, I get it. No one's interested in CEQA. It's the kind of topic that makes people's eyes glaze over. It's boring, it's complicated, it's legalistic. It's the kind of thing that no one cares about except for the few crazy lawyers who practice in this area. But here's the problem. You have to care, because if a city approves a project that violates CEQA, the city's action can be invalidated. In other words, if you approve this contract and code amendment, which as currently proposed violates CEQA, your approval is subject to legal challenge. And if that challenge is successful, as we think it would be, your approval would be void. So I don't want to go through all the reasons the contract violates CEQA. There isn't time. Trust me, I understand you don't want to hear a bunch of technical legal speak. But suffice it to say the city's response to our CEQA comments is completely inadequate. For example, the responses say the project complies with CEQA because the advertisements at the transit shelters are targeted only to bus riders and pedestrians, but not to people driving in cars. Seriously? People in cars won't look at these ads? I don't understand the basis for this assumption, and if that were true, would the city really get the top dollar it's projecting for these advertisements? That just makes no sense. That's just one example of the problem. The bottom line is there's a CEQA problem here, one of a very serious nature. I know you don't want to address it. I know you don't want to care about it, but if it isn't addressed, this approval could very well be overturned. It isn't something that can be fixed later after the fact. It has to be addressed up front. Thank you.
Thank you, caller 479. We'll move on to the next caller. Caller, is it Bryn, B-R-Y-N, Lindblad? Apologies for mispronouncing your name. If you can please unmute your microphone by pressing *9 or click the unmute microphone. There you go. Is it Bryn?
Yes, that was pretty good pronunciation.
Thanks.
Hi, good morning, board members. My name is Bryn Lindblad, and I am Deputy Director of Climate Resolve. And we have been pretty active in this space of trying to get better mobility options for Angelenos, and also to help prepare residents for increasingly extreme heat days. In our community engagement efforts, bus shelters consistently rises to the top as an important priority. And shade, including bus shelters, is a really crucial equity issue. So I'd support swift action to proceed with delivering bus shelters to help make LA a more livable, hospitable place. So on the kind of good side of things, I want to give kudos. Thanks that the RFP was really, the structure of it was really well done. We were engaged on the front end there, specifically in making sure that the STAP program front loads bus shelter installation in the early years and targets locations based on ridership and heat exposure needs. So I think building in those equity targets up front makes it a really well-designed program, and really would encourage the board to closely track implementation to make sure that the installation does follow that intended time frame and happens in the upcoming years. An area that I'd like to highlight, I think could use just a little bit of improvement, is the advertising content policy. It already explicitly disallows ads for tobacco and alcohol products and makes some vague reference to not allowing ads that are not in alignment with city policies. But would like to encourage you to go the next step and exercise some leadership to make clear that fossil fuel industry ads would fall into that category of content that's not in alignment with the city's policy and agenda. So specifically with goals in the city's Green New Deal sustainability plan. So I think LA could really be a leader and make that explicit by not allowing fossil fuel industry ads on bus shelters. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Bren. We'll move on to the next caller, Joanne D'Antonio. Ms. D'Antonio, if you can please unmute your microphone at this time. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under item number 3.
Thank you. This is Joanne D'Antonio. I'm a member of CFAC, and I'm speaking as an individual. I want to seriously question the hiring of 3 landscape architects for the STAP program at the annual cost of one at $138,580, as well as 2 landscape architect associates for a total of $205,210. I am very familiar with our city bus stops, having worked in public transportation use training for 4 years. There's very little space for landscaping and tree planting once these large bus shelters are installed. In fact, when I saw the prototypes of the bus shelters in North Hollywood, I was informed there would be no space for trees with these hardscape shelter installations. This is an expensive investment with no plan to utilize these sites to promote biodiversity, which is native planting of trees and plants according to the directive of City Council passed last August. Our city would do better to have an ecological approach to any planting and to first survey how this can be done given the size of the bus shelters. Urban Forestry got no additional funds in the current budget. There is no budget for enforcing illegal removal of trees, as we saw today. There is no budget for evaluation of developer tree planting plans, and no budget for an environmental planner to oversee building around significant and protected trees. Yet we are spending these high salaries for landscaping areas where there is next to no space for planting. Are we expecting these landscape architects to focus on tree preservation? Do we really need 3? Metro does its own planting when there is space, as they have on Vignes near Union Station. With all due respect, with efforts to beautify the city and provide shade, this really feels like padding. If I am wrong, please explain how it has been determined that this landscaping will identify actual space to justify the cost, and what efforts would be made to enhance biodiversity goals. We would need sidewalk widening and street diets to accommodate a landscaping project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. D'Antonio. We'll move on to the next caller, Ron Bitzer. Ron Bitzer, if you can please unmute your microphone at this time. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under item number 3.
Hello, may I proceed?
Yes, you may.
My name's Ron Bitzer, a CD2 constituent and member of the Laurel Grove Neighborhood Association, which has opposed the 2 digital billboards on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in our neighborhood. Now, I have met Mr. O, the CEO of Transito here in LA. He's a very impressive young man and probably up to the challenge that he will face. However, I would like to piggyback on what the attorney just said about CEQA requirements for this type of project, and whether occupants of a vehicle are either witting or unwitting recipients of some of this new, more exotic advertising that is in the works. Specifically, Transito proposes to contract with Vector Media of New York City for 8% of the total bid amount. This is what Vector Media has to say about their work. Quote, "The real challenge arises when combining mobile ads with moving inventory. To solve this challenge, we use a new cutting-edge technology we call shadow fencing, which is a guidance that moves with the vehicle in real time. This technology allows advertisers to leverage the mass reach of transit advertising while still enjoying the brand boost that mobile retargeting offers." Now, I can't explain shadow fencing to you all, but if this is what's in the works, then I think we need to be aware that we're also talking about municipal code changes that provide for who knows what. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ron. We'll move forward to the next caller, caller ending in 890, caller ending in 890. Please unmute your microphone by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under item number 3.
Good morning, committee members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Good morning, committee members. My name is Aziz Falak Ariwa, and I work for Investing in Play. I'm calling in today this morning to share my excitement and support for the new bus shelter program being launched. As we know, only approximately 25% of all bus stops in the city of Los Angeles have shade, so having a program that will potentially deploy 3,000 new bus shelters in as soon as the next 3 years is a very exciting prospect to have. Investing in Place has also been on record supporting that the city pay for bus shelter costs 100% upfront with the CapEx. As the CapEx will really ensure that bus shelters are deployed in working-class communities of color. We know that with previous advertising contracts in particular, having bus shelters generate revenue, and the locations has definitely benefited for the deployment of bus shelters in more wider, more wealthier neighborhoods where there's greater advertising potential. So we're glad that the CapEx will be 100% cost up front. So we're greatly encouraged by this development to provide shade equity and look forward to working with our partners for successful implementation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller, caller ending in 306, caller ending in 306. If you can please unmute your microphone by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under item number 3. Please go ahead.
I'm Marion Dodge, Chairman of the Hillside Federation, representing 46 homeowner associations spanning the Santa Monica Mountains. I have attended staff presentations and went to the demonstration at City Hall. No one there said that the program would require an amendment to the municipal code to allow advertising on structures in the public right-of-way. Neighborhood councils and communities would have no input in the placement of these structures, nor is there any limit to the number of advertising structures that could be placed. Were neighborhood councils adequately notified of these proposed requirements so that they had time to respond? Something that requires a change in the municipal code is serious enough to require a full EIR. The entire plan to place flashing digital ads on street furniture is contrary to the mayor's Vision Zero plan. Scientific studies have documented that intersections that have digital ads also have more accidents. Are you willing to accept the responsibility for the increased number of deaths? The city looks at staff as a source of revenue. Yes, it's true. Digital billboards make a lot of money for the companies that own the billboards. Past contracts have shown that while the sign industry makes millions, the city makes pennies. Will those pennies be enough to pay for the lawsuits against the city that will inevitably follow with the increased accidents and fatalities? Or will it pay for the loss of property tax revenue because property values decline the closer you are to a billboard? The STAP program should be rejected right here, right now. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller, Casey Madren, Maddren. If you can please unmute your microphone by clicking the unmute icon. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under this item. Please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Casey Madren, and I'm speaking on behalf of Citizens for a Better Los Angeles. In reading the materials that were set up for the meeting, it's unclear to me whether the board today is actually approving some or all of the items, giving final approval to some or all of the items. And I want to say that the board does not have the authority to give final approval to all of the items listed here. So properly that should be the realm of the City Council. Secondly, the BPW's online comment portal limits the length of comments as it does not allow commenters to attach files and thereby improperly limits public comment. CBLA objects to the approval of the staff. The city has not adequately disclosed all aspects of the project and has not made sufficient efforts to seek public comment and engagement. The staff should be approved by the full City Council at an open meeting where there is an opportunity for public comment. The fact that staff involves the collection of data from people in public spaces is extremely alarming. This appears to violate the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the first article of the California Constitution, and the California Consumer Privacy Act. CBLA objects to the adoption of all findings, including the CEQA findings. The city is not proceeding in the manner required by law. The decision is not supported by the findings, and the findings are not supported by the evidence. CBLA objects to the adoption of the MND and the associated mitigation monitoring program. The MND does not adequately describe the project and does not assess all its impacts. CBLA objects to the adoption of the ordinance amending sections 6701A and 6702B of the LAMC. The City Council is the body with the authority to amend the LAMC, and the public has not been given adequate opportunity to review and comment on the ordinance. CBLA objects to the approval of the proposed contract for staff to transit Vector. The full scope of the program has not been adequately disclosed, nor have all of its impacts and ramifications been analyzed. Approval of the contract would allow a private company to collect data from citizens in public spaces with no meaningful oversight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Casey. We'll move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 859. Caller ending in 859. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under item number 3. Again, this is for caller 859. There you go. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. My name is John Murdoch. I am an attorney, and I represent the Westwood South of Santa Monica Boulevard Homeowners Association, which is comprised of a few thousand homeowners in the West LA area. I submitted a lengthy letter to you yesterday by email and under your comment section, and I want to really focus on the issue of CEQA. Unlike the prior attorney who said that it's boring and unexciting, I find it extremely exciting. I've been practicing CEQA law for over 40 years. In fact, I had one of the first cases to go against the city that was in no oil. We got an injunction because the city hadn't done a proper EIR. But more importantly, my letter, I'm pointing out to you that under CEQA, you cannot just accept the mitigated negative declaration when there are numerous public observations of an adverse impact that have not been mitigated. In this case, you have hundreds of letters from individuals and at least a dozen organizations saying that these impacts by these digital billboards, whether you call them signs or billboards, are going to create a visual blight, an impact under CEQA that has not been mitigated. It's not been mitigated under the MND because your consultants and your staff are telling you that there's really an insignificant impact. And that's their legal conclusion. I would encourage you to seek advice from your city attorney because the case that I cite in my letter, which is Mejia versus the City of Los Angeles, is one of the prime cases that establishes the fact that you do not need an expert to tell you that there's an adverse impact. And when the public cries out in the way they have here, there's no doubt in my mind that the court will require you to prepare an EIR. So I'm trying to suggest that you really carefully read that letter. Secondly, that you consult with the city attorney because the city attorney defended against the Mejia lawsuit and lost on the very issue that we're posing here. And by the way, I did help Ms. Mejia. She was in pro per, and I helped her write the brief and argue the case, so I know that case intimately. There's another case called Pocket Protectors versus City of Sacramento, which held that aesthetics are an issue under CEQA that can be proven by substantial evidence of personal observations of residents. You do not need an expert. As Bob Dylan said, you don't need a weatherman to see which way the wind blows. So I ask that you please not adopt, and what's being asked of you today is a series of recommendations to the city council. You're not acting on anything actually in your own behalf. What I'm suggesting is that you really seriously look at the CEQA issue, talk to your city attorney if you have to, but at this stage you should not vote to send this the way it is to city council. You should suggest We, as a body, have not had the proper information under CEQA. We do need an EIR. We don't. Yes, thank you very much. But the two issues that you don't need an expert for are aesthetics and visual impact, and the dangers to traffic, because you have studies that are cited in many letters, including mine, suggesting that these signs will create traffic hazards. Of course, then the issue of the Los Angeles
Thank you. We're
Municipal
going to go
Code
ahead
is
and move on
another.
to the next caller. Thank you.
Please read my letter. Thank you very much.
We'll move on to the next caller, Francois Nion, N-I-O-N. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time by pressing *6 or click the unmute icon. There you go. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under this item. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. Good morning, President Garcia and member of the Board of Public Works. My name is Francois Nion. I'm the co-managing director for Outfront Deco here in Los Angeles. I've led the current city program for many years. We cherish our good relationship with the city, and we are very proud through a very tremendous community outreach process providing bus shelters, public toilets in cities, 15 council districts. Sadly, the Transito proposal in front of you is not credible and is not more beneficial to you than either the Outfront Deco staff proposal or even the current contract we just agreed to extend for 1 year. There's many reasons, but number one, the proposal failed to comply with CEQA, as discussed earlier. Transito proposal makes the taxpayer pay $238 million capital investment with a guaranteed return revenue of only $79 million. By contrast, Outfront Deco proposal was far less capex intensive, but with more shared benefit for transit riders and only $111 million investment, and we guaranteed a return of 115. 3, we offer to maximize revenue with 1,600 advertising panels. 1,600 advertising panels. Transito is requesting over 6,600 ad panels, including 2,000 digital. That's 5,000 more ad panels on the city sidewalk. Let me repeat, it's an additional 5,000 more ad panels on city sidewalk. 4, Transito doesn't qualify under the RFP experience requirement. 5, Transito's group is untested as a company, and we urge you to carefully review pie-in-the-sky revenue assumptions. For now, based on the information that you published, we see risk, more risk for people in Los Angeles. Not just economically, but for Angelinos who enjoy high-quality service on toilets, shade, bus shelters, and transit amenities. Please scrutinize the proposal and the proposer, and we all want to make the city a better place. We want to provide more amenities for people who are using transit in underserved communities, in neighborhoods, but there is a better way. To start the way it's presented in front of you right now, you should reject it and oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 133. Caller ending in 133. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time by pressing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under item number 3. Again, this is for caller ending in 133. There you go. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning. This is Robbie Davis, board member with Park Mesa Heights Community Council, speaking individually because somehow this hearing was not brought to our attention. We've seen this presentation a number of times, and in receiving the presentation, none of our concerns were ever addressed, but I'm trying to reason the benefit to anyone other than the owners of the digital signage. I use public transportation. We're not there looking to be enriched by digital advertisement. I heard one of the speakers mention that this was to be of benefit to communities of color. Speaking as a resident of one of the largest communities of color in South LA, which is the Crenshaw district. That is our concern. Our concern is that communities of color will be decimated with the signage, because in most instances, this is what happens. We already have a light rail traveling at grade level down the middle of our major corridor, Crenshaw Boulevard. So this, for us, is nothing but a safety hazard. We already have camera lights. We have a 360-pound train traveling down the middle of the boulevard. And now we're to have shelters with digital advertising. This is actually abhorrent. I don't even know how it's being considered of benefit to anyone, once again, other than those who own the signage. Someone can please explain that. I'd very much like to hear it, but in this particular instance, there should be an absolute no vote on this. So once again, that person who said this was to benefit communities of color, perhaps that should be brought to the attention of the communities of color, because we've already addressed the issue. We do not want digital signage in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next caller on the line, caller John H. Wellborn. If you can please unmute the microphone.
Good morning. This is John Wellborn, and I am a resident of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council area. I am a Vice President for Planning and Land Use of the Windsor Square Association, and I'm calling to add my comment to many of the ones that have been made, but I do really want to focus on the simple fact that you distinguished commissioners appointed by the mayor are Board of Public Works. You're not the City Office of Finance. You're not the City Planning Department. And this proposal is full of faults, and as several of the other speakers, lawyers, have noted, it will fail if it's challenged. And one of the reasons it should be challenged, if you don't just continue the matter, is that in our neighborhood, we have a specific prohibition on exactly what you are proposing to allow. And your vendor, which presumably provided all the maps, shows these lighted digital shelters in an area that doesn't allow it according to a city ordinance. So there's not a lot of homework that's been done as far as I can see. So I would urge you please to not move forward on this. Or certainly if you move forward on it, the city council should just throw it right out. So thank you for your hard work, and I know your staff has worked very hard with the vendor trying to come up with some big profitable program, but that's not your job, the Board of Public Works, to generate revenue for the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We'll move on to the next caller, Kim Marie Johnson Roussel. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time by pressing the unmute icon.
Yes, good morning. I'm calling from, I live in the area of Park Mesa Heights Community Council. I am the chair of that area, but I'm speaking as an individual. We have voted this signage down from the first time it was ever advertised. Park Mesa as a whole is on record saying that we do not want these digital signs in our community. The billboards that are up right now are buildings that are owned by community members. If you take off these billboards and replace them with those digital, there is no guarantee that these people are going to get the revenue that they would have been getting had they continued to have the billboards. This measure here is something that we need to have established and understand that Park Mesa in CD8 is totally against these billboard signs coming into our community and disrupting our quality of life as we know it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim Marie. We'll move on to the next caller. Caller by the name of Wallace EE at gtlaw.com. if you can please unmute your microphone at this time by pressing unmute on your Zoom application. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under this item.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, President Garcia and members of the Board of Public Works. I'm Ed Wallace. I have represented Outfront Deco, your current street furniture vendor, for over 22 years, and I helped negotiate the contract and appeared before this body that long ago after Lance Oishi, who's here today, and I send him my greetings, as well as Ted Jordan's predecessor, Chris Westhoff, and a very wonderful person who has died in the interim, Lynn Ozawa. We struggled hard to get it right, and I think there has been a remarkable achievement, even as there is a challenge. Well, part of the challenge, by the way, to be sure that communities were included. And so I think I just want to use my old man status and my history, not just here, but around the United States, of contracts that have succeeded and contracts, sadly, that have failed because new companies with new bright ideas, very enticing ideas, or promises of money, not guaranteed money, have failed. And I would urge you to delay, get the facts, and make your decision. We've submitted a lengthy letter, so I'm not going to go into the detail, and my colleague Ellen Berkowitz obviously discussed some of the environmental. I would like the right to comment when we actually see the Transito proposal. I assure you that 22 years ago, our competitor, who did appear also, had seen that proposal. Let me focus on two facts, but start with a basic precept that I learned having been the lawyer for the street furniture companies for that long. More ad panels do not mean more revenue. The rule of advertising is the same as the rule of real estate: location, location, location. So with a fraction of what is being sought here today, the same revenue can be produced. Just depends on where they are. Let me focus on two simple facts, looking at it from your point of view. And yes, long ago and in the most fun of my life, I also served in a city government. And so I don't want to tell you I know better. I want to ask you to go see if you're sure you know what's going on. So question number one, why would this city use taxpayer funds, you can call it a trust fund, but it's public money, to invest in a startup company which provides no guarantee of return, let alone any upside to the city? The second question, given the history of startups in recent years with the smart cities idea, why would the city accept a company that has not done this in a big city like Los Angeles? If I were in a government position, I would be worried that I would read that newspaper headline, as I've seen around the country, in New York. I've seen it this has been in Toronto, companies that came in with bright ideas in Dallas, Texas.
2 minutes, if you can please wrap up.
Yeah, and then the company failed and it went out of business and the city got left holding the bag. So all I want to do is assure you two things. If this is an apples-to-apples comparison, this is a professional company. The transition will be smooth. But please look at what your opportunities are today. Make sure you get all the facts. I would take some time or a deep breath and just make sure that the city is protected, because it's a long way to 20 years from now. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Wallace. We'll move on to the last caller that has their hand raised, Derek Ryder, R-Y-D-E-R. If you can please unmute your microphone at this time. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under item number 3. Derek Ryder, if you can please unmute your microphone at this time. You'll have 2 minutes to speak under item number 3.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm a chair of the Land Use Committee for the Arroyo Seco Neighborhood Council, and I'm an architect with 30 years experience working in residential design, and I've long been opposed to the expansion of the billboards. This is specific to the bus shelters, but it's kind of like having an elephant put his nose under the tent and letting the digital signage expand into our entire city, and not, giving it the same due review that it should have, that the digital billboards that are being fought over and over again by neighborhood councils and community groups has been fighting for the last 20 years. over the never resolved sign ordinance. I'd hate to see this allowed in and then have the fight for the digital billboards slide and also have to be given into the corporations that want to expand advertising into our communities, selling every which thing to our kids that should be sold at every street corner. I think you need to think about it as a question of what are we bringing into our communities? This isn't just advertising like we already have at the bus stops. We're bringing in digital billboards. They're going to expand the brightness and the frequency and the pizzazz of them and intrude into our public lives and our children's lives and their minds as they grow up that much more. It's like taking conventional waste and replacing it with toxic waste. I think you need to completely reconsider letting this expansion of the digital billboards into our everyday lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. And last caller, Antonetta. If you can please unmute your microphone, you'll have 2 minutes to speak under item number 3. Please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Antonietta Kashimbiri, and I am a resident of CD8, the Park Mesa Heights Community Council. As mentioned before, this proposal was brought to us and the community voted it down. And I think that you as a board need to also vote this down. First of all, I think it is distracting because I drive down Century Boulevard very frequently, and the billboards are distracting me. I do not know what the amount of traffic accidents they have so far, but I think you might want to look into that. The second thing, I think that those billboards bring environmental pollution. We're thinking of having a green city, of being ahead of the curve and doing all the things that are good for our constituents. But when you bring things like those, and we have kids with ADHD and all the nervous system, those things affect the nervous system. And you have little children traveling with their parents on the buses, and you're going to have to consider that also. The third thing I want to say, someone talked about working class communities benefiting. I would like to say that the working class communities that are supposedly benefit are the same ones that have been redlined forever. And now you are going to bring something into that environment that is, again, going to discriminate against those people because they will not have the resources to fight putting those things in their neighborhoods. They do not have the attorneys in their neighborhoods that are going to volunteer their time and resources to go to court. They do not have the monies. So I think that you, as a board that is looking at what is best for the city, as we move forward, need to consider that that is not something that would benefit the people who live in the areas that are most discriminated against right now in the days that we're living. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Antonetta. President Garcia, that clears the queue for public comments as the attendees. We do have 2 hands raised as a panelist. I believe the 2 individuals, Jack Itzkalowitz and Randall Keene, are representatives of Transito. If I'm not mistaken, would you like to consider those comments at this time or during your deliberations?
I think I'm going to reserve that for during deliberations. We can do the Bureau of Street Services presentation, and then if the applicant wants to add any additional information, that would be the best time.
Great, thank you.
Great. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Vice President Villegas, for stepping in as well. So Shirley, good afternoon. Mr. Lance, Mr. Sisi, I see you. I don't know who's back there, but hello. And Mr. Mundy and Mr. Shu, thank you all for being here. At this time, we're going to send after public comment. And I also want to thank everybody at public comment for being here today and for taking your time and for making this an important point that we all, as commissioners, were able to consider and take into consideration as well. So thank you, everybody that has been here for this very important topic. Shirley, I'm going to pass it over to your department now, and then then the applicants can speak after that. Thank you. Thank you.
Morning. Thank you, President Garcia. Streets LA, we do have a brief presentation. So, Dr. Campos, are we allowed to share our screen right now at this time?
Absolutely. You have two members of your team with co-host rights. If one of them wants to go ahead and start sharing their screen, they should have a green icon towards the middle lower side of their screen. Perfect. And if I can just ask the presenters not to click the red button that says end, that would terminate the call for everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Campos. And I'd like to introduce Lance Oishi, our contract administrator for the current Coordinated Street Furniture Program, who will go through this presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and everybody that is in attendance today. My name is Lance Oishi. I'm the city's contract administrator for its current Coordinated Street Furniture Program and have been working for the past 30 months or so trying to get us to this point for our new STAP program. And before we go through our presentation, I just want to say that there's basically 4 things before the board for today. Again, it's to review and consider the CEQA documentation for STAP. It's to approve and adopt as a public works policy this advertising content policy that was attached to the board report that we forwarded. It's also to approve a contract with Transito Vector, and lastly to adopt and forward our report to the City Council for the 11 recommended items below that. So what I really want to do is just kind of talk about the contract and what we've done to get to this point. And so we prepared this brief presentation. A lot of it is related to the public presentations that we've done since November of 2020. And so I'm just going to walk folks through this, and hopefully it'll make people a lot more familiar with where we're at and where we've been and where we're going. So the city basically currently manages 2 street furniture programs. One is the Coordinated Street Furniture Program, which has been in place since 2001, and the other is our bus bench program that has been in place since 2011. Our Coordinated Street Furniture Program term ends at the end of this year, and our bus bench program comes to a close in 2026. Next slide, please. So some people are not familiar with what street furniture is, and so these are the elements that are part of our current street furniture program. We have transit shelters, we have 14 automated public toilets, we have 197 public amenity kiosks, and we have 6 newsstand vending kiosks. And these are all subsets of what we were originally trying to get through the initial through the program we have right now. But through a lot of effort and collaborative work with Outfront Deco, we were successful in installing these furniture elements, and we enjoy them today. Next slide, please. So for the Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program, or what we're calling STAP, we have the primary goal to provide shade, shelter, safety, comfort, and ensure 75% of bus riders in each council district have shade and shelter where they board the buses. And so in November of 2020, we released the RFP, and we also immediately started our community outreach efforts at that point. In February 2021, we received 4 proposals, of which Transito Vector was one of them, and our current vendor, Outfront Deco, was another proposer. In July of 2021, we had the top 2 proposers do a demonstration of technologies, which I'll describe a little bit further. But what that was is an opportunity for both our top 2 proposers to put out prototypes for the general public to experience and touch and feel, and again, demonstrate some of the technologies that we're proposing for staff. In August, we made our final selection of the top proposer, and we began our contract negotiations. I should say that our evaluation committee was made up of a number of individuals from different city departments, not just Streets LA. We had people from the mayor's office, the CAO, CLA's office. We have folks from the Department of Transportation, Department of City Planning, the Bureau of Street Lighting. We had a person from Metro. And so it was a pretty wide and varied group of folks that actually evaluated proposers and ended up selecting our finalists. And so here we are now in May of 2022, and we are bringing forward the contract that we've negotiated for the board and council's approval. And if we are fortunate enough to receive the approvals, then the contract will start in January 2023 officially. Next slide, please. So some of the highlights of our negotiated staff contract. We are going to have 3,000 new transit shelters. But, contrary to what you may have heard a little earlier, less than 700 of those shelters will be digital displays. And so it's not, thousands and thousands of displays, but again, less than 700 locations with digital displays. We will be refreshing about 400 to 500 shelters, and it just depends upon the condition of the shelters when we remove them. We will be installing 450 shade structures that do not have advertising panels, and that enables us to provide shade at bus stops where a traditional transit shelter will not physically fit. The new shelters will have emergency call features. The digital panels themselves will be controlled by a content management system, which allows us to control it from a single location within Streets LA. Transito's proposal actually was unique in the sense that it proposed a suite of transit amenities for transit riders to create convenience at bus stops. So in addition to just transit shelters, they're proposing to put scooter docks, e-lockers, kiosks, and urban panels at select locations, so it's not going to be everywhere. But again, at high traffic locations where it makes a lot of sense, their proposal does include the provision of those elements as well. They provide for solar energy and cooling device options, hydration and hand sanitizing stations, and this became very, very important during COVID, especially for the hand sanitizing effort. They have alternatives to work with third parties, especially Metro. So in the case of Metro, they're proposing several BRT bus rapid transit corridors where they want to brand those corridors with their own specific shelter designs. And so our contract provides the flexibility for Transito Vector to work with Metro on those special transit shelter designs. The city participation for CapEx costs, we plan to participate 100% in the CapEx costs. So it really wouldn't have mattered if we selected Transito or Outfront to Co. The city would have paid CapEx regardless. Transito's proposal provided us with a 60.5% share of program revenues, with $90 million guaranteed over the 10-year term. And that's what the contract provides for a 10-year term, with two optional 5-year term extensions that are going to be based upon contract performance. So if at the end of the 10-year term, Transito Vector is not performing as we planned, we have the option to end the contract at that point and seek another vendor. Of course, we'll have the furniture in place because we built it and own it, and so the next contractor would just become an operator of our existing furniture. Next slide, please. So community engagement and outreach efforts. I just want to kind of highlight this a little bit. Again, we started that in November of 2020. We've conducted over 55 of these outreach efforts since that time. We continue to pursue them. We've done them on evenings, weekends. We've gone during regular days. And through those community outreach efforts, we received letter support from folks like Metro, the Central City Association, League of Women Voters, the Sierra Club, Climate Resolve. These are all also folks that are support for us. We've reached out to, again, neighborhood councils and coalitions, Scenic LA, the LA Chamber of Commerce, business improvement districts. And again, we've met with over 500 individuals through those 55 meetings that we've had. We did the staff demonstration of technologies, which was a 12-day effort where we had our top two proposers put out prototypes of their furniture. And the locations that we had them at were North Hollywood, City Hall, the West Valley Municipal Building, West LA Municipal Building, the CD8 Constituent Service Center, and the San Pedro Municipal Building. And at all these locations, the displays were open from 12 noon to 9 p.m. daily. And we invited the public to come out and basically kick the tires of our future transit shelters and kind of test it out. We also solicited surveys from folks there, and we had received over 300 responses to the surveys from people that actually visited the demonstration of technologies over those 12 days. So we thought it was a great success. And again, a lot of people actually got to touch and feel the actual shelters that we were proposing. We are going to continue our public engagement efforts. And so as of May 19th and May 24th, we plan to have 2 more staff information sessions. because now that our contract is before the board, we can talk a little bit more about that with our public. And then if the contract is approved, then the Transito Vector company is actually part of the contract. Will continue a community engagement effort, primarily to help finalize the furniture designs and create this kit of parts that will enable our new transit shelters to match the community character and aesthetics. And so that would be, again, begin immediately following the execution of the contract. Next slide, please. Okay. This is another slide that we used during our previous community engagement efforts. And, we just wanted to show that what we've done, and actually this goes back to 2016, 2017, we took upon ourselves to create a GIS-based map to, first of all, map out where all the bus stops are in the city. When we started this program back in 2001, or when I came on board, we really didn't know where all our bus stops were at or how many we had in the city. With the advent of technology, now we do. And again, this is a City of LA map that we created. I have a staff person that personally created this map. And so what we wanted to do was figure out where are all the bus riders at? Where do we have exposure to the heat? Because these are the things that we really want to address through staff. We want to make sure that we are, we're providing services in these equity-focused communities, and we want to make sure that we have shelters near trip generators where people are going to be getting on and off the bus more frequently. We also wanted to look at locations where perhaps someone has to wait 30 minutes for a bus, and so it's more important for us to put a bus shelter at a location where someone's going to wait for a long time versus where they're going to be there for a couple minutes. And so what we did, we took all these priority data points and we created a set of priorities, and we actually have all the bus stops ranked priority 1, 2, 3, and 4, with 1 being the high priority locations that need shelter the most, and 4 being those that lead at the least. And this map again is an interactive map that we've had actually on our website now for the better part of a year. It's been available to the public. Anybody can go into it, and you can scroll down to literally a 10 by 10 square part of the street to figure out what's there. You can click on the data points that represent a bus stop or a bus shelter or a bus bench, and you can bring up a whole bunch of information about those locations, including the priority score that we assign to that, as well as bus ridership and exposure to heat. And so this is the way that we're deciding, again, where to put all our new furniture. And again, the goal is to ensure that 75% of our transit riders in each council district are able to board a bus where there is a transit shelter present. Next slide, please. And there's a lot of questions about where will the digital furniture go. Again, we're looking at less than 700 digital shelters. And if you consider that the City of LA has 6,500 miles of roadway, that means that there may be one of these digital shelters for every 9 miles of roadway, or 10 miles of roadway. And so we do not intend to place them all over the city. I think that there's a lot of fear and anxiety about that. What we're really going to be doing is we want to use a lot of these digital panels to upgrade existing shelters. So this is a zoom in of our interactive map. And this is an area of Studio City that you can see a Ventura Boulevard that runs through the middle of the map. The areas in pink are actually commercially zoned properties. And so those purple stars represent existing transit furniture that we want to upgrade in the first year. That kind of magenta looking shark fin property is actually the CVS Studios. And so again, you can see that the places where we're proposing to install digital shelters, if that's the case, is these locations that, again, we feel are most appropriate for it, and they already have commercial structures out there that have similar type of advertising signage. Next slide, please. There's a lot of comments about, our staff media panels being billboards and the amount of light that gets put out from such billboards. And really, our staff signage is about 1/30th the size of what a traditional billboard is. And this 14 by 48 dimension that you see on the screen here is actually the average size of a billboard within LA County. And you can see that our our media panel for staff is significantly smaller. So being smaller, it's going to put out less light. It's going to be less obtrusive. It's going to be on a street. And, it's the same size as our existing static panels right now. Next slide, please. Again, there's a lot of fear about the brightness of digital panels, and this just kind of show you the difference between a static shelter on the left, and on the right is actually the one of the shelter prototypes from Transito Vector, and you can see the digital panel there in the background, and it really is not any larger or brighter or there's not a whole lot of difference between static, at least for my untrained eye. Next slide, please. There's concerns. We've heard these concerns again throughout our community engagement process about privacy of data being collected. We're restricting the collection of data to non-personal identifiable information, and the only reason why we're collecting such data is to improve the services of our city, delivery our city services. Our data is going to be any data collected is going to be adherent to the Consumer Privacy Act for the state. The city's digital code of ethics, we mentioned this, but it's still in draft form right now. But when and if it's finalized, it'll also comply with that. And none of the data collected under the program will be made available to any party. It's owned by the city, and we control it 100%. Next slide, please. And so, staff CEQA process, again, we want to make sure that our program is in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. And I'm actually going to turn this over to my colleague Norman Mundy with the Bureau of Engineering to kind of just provide some highlights for their CEQA document.
Thank you, Lance. Norman Mundy, Bureau of Engineering. Hope everybody can hear me well. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the CEQA process for the staff. Pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, the city did prepare an initial study mitigated negative declaration. And this document, the ISMND, fully described the staff project and evaluated the environmental impacts from the project. In compliance with CEQA, the ISMND was circulated for a 30-day public review period beginning in October of 2021. And during that public review period, we received 126 comment letters, and the city responded to each of those comment letters, and those comments are included in the final version of the CEQA document. The MND concluded that staff will have no significant environmental impacts that cannot be mitigated. And so one of the actions, Lance described 4 actions that we're asking the board to take today. One of those is to recommend the initial study and MND to the City Council and recommend that the Council adopt the ISMND, and that will complete the CEQA process for the project. I want to focus on 3 issues that have come up consistently as we've gone through the CEQA process. And these have all been addressed today in various forms. So I think it might be helpful to review just these 3 areas. First of all, in terms of aesthetic and visual impacts, aesthetic and visual impacts from the staff are discussed in section 3.1 of the initial study and also in the response to comments. The MND concludes that changes from staff to views in the streetscape are not expected to be substantial. And this is because staff installations will be designed to comply with applicable regulations, standards, and also guidelines. So the MND again concluded that impacts to aesthetics and visual resources will be less than significant. Secondly, the issue of consistency with land use plans. Land use plan consistency is discussed in section 3.11 of the initial study, MND, and also in the response to comments. And again, the staff installations will comply with applicable land use guidelines, standards, and regulations. and also be consistent with the general plan, which includes the mobility plan 2035 elements. So again, land use impacts are determined to be less than significant. And then finally, with respect to transportation impacts, the ISMND did evaluate transportation impacts, and included in that analysis was an evaluation of the potential for driver distraction. And that's come up several times during this meeting already today. So first of all, it's important to distinguish that the digital displays in staff are of a size that are much, much smaller than digital billboards. And Lance showed that in one of his slides. So the staff program is not going to be constructing digital billboards. Some of the installations, and less than 700 of the installations, will include these digital displays. But the digital displays are entirely different in size from digital billboards. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. The transportation impacts are discussed in section 3.17 of the initial study and also in response to comments. And again, the staff installations will be designed to comply with applicable regulations, standards, and guidelines relating to the placement of structures in the public right-of-way. An example of the type of design characteristics associated with the digital displays is that they will be able to control the illumination levels. So the illumination level in a digital display will not be significantly different from that of the ambient area. And also there are limits to the refresh rate for the digital displays, and the refresh rate is how quickly the image changes. So there are limitations on how quickly the images could change. And as a result of these features, the ISMND concluded that the impact on transportation hazards is less than significant. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that commissioners may have on the CEQA document.
Thank you, Norman. And so with that, this concludes our presentation. I just wanted to also kind of briefly mention that one of the things that's part of our board report is our recommendation that the board forward our report to the City Council for its consideration. So a lot of the bullet points that follow that initial recommendation are actually actions that the City Council need to take versus the board. And regarding the personnel requests that are in there, you know, installing 3,000 shelters in 3 to 6 years, I'll take 6 years. Installing 3,000 shelters in 6 years means we are installing 500 shelters a year. And to kind of give you a measuring stick of where that's at, under our existing program with Outfront to Co, we installed a little over 650 transit shelters over the past 20 years. And we plan to do that equal amount of shelters, or somewhere in that range, within just 1 year for staff. And so in order for us to properly manage and oversee the installation and implementation of staff, you know, we need these technical bodies that are going to be out there to work in conjunction with the contractor to provide quality control, to review plans, to approve things like grading and drainage, that ensure that the installations meet code. And so, and we also have you may have heard that the Bureau of Street Services also has a new asset management system. And so we need positions that enable us to input the data and make sure that our staff information actually comports with our asset management system so that we can track and control maintenance activities, you know, determine a plethora of different things that are related to the ongoing operations of our transit shelters. And so we have also, you know, technical positions that will help us out with that. The Bureau of Street Services, Bureau of Street Lighting is an important partner to us because all of our transit shelters right now are hooked up to power-wise to our streetlight circuit. And so the Bureau of Street Lighting needs to do a lot of research and engineering to ensure that those connection points do not jeopardize the streetlight system and are safe. And so these positions, again, are being put forth to ensure that we facilitate those installations. Beyond the installation process, because we anticipate that there will be additional revenues, and one of the recommendations that the Bureau has had with the City Council is to amend the admin code to possibly set aside staff revenues to do streetscape improvements, to do more sidewalk and bus stop type of improvements, do more plantings, installing more street trees. And so these positions will be critical to helping us plan and to implement those type of projects once the actual shelter installation process is completed. And again, they'll be paid for through the program revenues, and so it'll be no cost to the city. And so again, that's the rationale behind why we're asking for those positions. And with that, again, if there's any questions about the advertising content policy, about the contract itself, we have an entire team here present today with us. We have Gene O and Mark Borskowski from Transito Vector that may be here to answer questions. We have Sigmund Shu with the City Attorney's Office to assist with questions regarding CEQA. And we have our consultants that helped us develop the RFP and develop the contract from Gobi Cinco here. And so it's an entire village that helped put together this STAT program and bring it to this point. And so, not to mention my colleagues here in Streets LA. So, we really want to be able to answer any questions, and so we stand ready to do that right now.
Great. Thank you. That was a very thorough presentation. We all appreciate it. And before we get to questions and deliberations, and I know that we want to make sure that we also give time to Transito and so forth. Public and members of today's meeting, I want to let you know our commissioners, we have been in meetings since 10 in the morning, so we're going to take a 15-minute break to give time for everybody, for commissioners and everybody to take care of whatever they need to take care of, and we will resume back at 1 p.m. I think that's less than 15 minutes, but please come back at 1 p.m. To resume meeting, and then we'll pick up right where we're dropping off, which is going on to our applicants' testimony if they want to say anything. Okay, so 1 p.m., please come back. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Let me go ahead and start the recording for you, and we can reestablish quorum. Vice President Villegas, recording is now started.
Yeah, let's go ahead and establish quorum for us, please.
Perfect, thank you. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, reestablishing quorum and roll call. It is 1:03, Wednesday, May 11, 2022. We have Vice President Villegas, President Pro Tem Davis, Commissioner Corzan. Actually, I do not have Commissioner Corzan.
I just text him.
Give me 1 second, Vice President Villegas. Okay. I hear his door.
Dr. Campos?
He was just checking in on me.
Yeah, figured.
All right, there he is.
Yeah.
Let's try this again, Vice President Villegas. Apologies. It's 1:04. We'll reestablish quorum and roll call. We have Vice President Villegas, President Pro Tem Davis, Commissioner Corzan, and Commissioner Reyes. Vice President Villegas, we do have a quorum at this time.
Thank you, and welcome back, everyone. Public, thank you for enduring during this meeting. And we just heard presentation from Streets LA on the item before us today on the STAP program. I think we were going to give an opportunity to Mr. Gene O with Transito to go ahead and either present or say a few comments, and then we can go into question and answer. Thank you. The floor is yours. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Hello, everyone. My name is Gene. I'm the CEO of Transito. We're the transportation half of Transito Vector. We've been founded in 2004, and thankfully, we're not a startup, nor a multinational corporation that is beholden to shareholders. Here in LA, we actually operate the Metro Bike Share program with over 50 full-time field technicians and mechanics. We operate the Metro Bike Hub program, and we also have helped LA DOT and OCTA with mobility hubs. So we're very experienced here in the LA area, and we're very excited to look at bus stops really as transportation assets, not advertising assets. Now, I actually very much respect all of the public comments, and I validate a lot of their concerns, from digital rights, digital distractions, holistic urban design, ADA considerations, last mile connectivity, and actually be very happy to further articulate on our solutions to all of these concerns. In fact, over the last 18 months, we've reached out to community groups and actually incorporated many of their suggestions into our plans, including reducing digital screen sizes in response to their concerns. And we'll continue to completely do that in a very collaborative way in both design as well as placement of these shelters. That's actually why we need to approve this motion, so that we have the time to work alongside the community as we move forward. Because really the way that we look at this is not an advertising contract. It's not about advertising. It's about transportation. I've spoken to hundreds of bus riders, and honestly, they don't care about advertising, one way or the other. They just want more shade. They want more seating. They want more lighting. They want to feel safe. They want to know when the next bus is going to arrive. Like just everyday stuff to be treated with respect. And that's really what we're trying to do with all of these shelters, is to make sure that what we provide is not Hollywood glitz and glamour of certain shelters that look great, but really making sure that every single shelter is equitable and provides all the information that they want. The way we look at it is that for the past 20 years, bus shelters really have been looked upon as advertising assets, and they're not advertising assets. They're transportation assets. They're infrastructure assets, right? Advertising is just a means to an end, and that end is really to benefit everyday bus riders. Unfortunately, the bus riders who we were not able to hear from today in public comments because they either haven't heard about this, they don't have the tools, or they're busy. So we're here to hopefully bring the voice of the voiceless, and we'll be happy to answer further questions that you may have. And also I invite all the people who did public comments to reach out to me directly. I'm at gene@transito.org. I very much invite you to reach out to me. I'd be happy to have further discussions with all of you. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
But thank you for that. I appreciate your attendance as well. All right. So commissioners, I think I am going to open this up for you all to ask questions. Just use the raise hand feature. And we will ask questions of our staff and any other folks that you all may have questions of. Commissioner Davis, why don't you start us off? I see your hand's raised. You're on mute.
Thank you so much for that. Couldn't hear me. I'd like to thank everybody for presenting today in terms of giving us a better understanding to increase our awareness about the program. And I did also listen to some of the constituents and the concerns that they had. And but one statement about we don't have the responsibility as it relates to fiscal matters. Certainly I beg to differ that in the decision-making process of policies that we accept and in the hearing of information that we receive, that oftentimes we do have to make sure that the revenues coming into the city are those revenues that are of benefit to the city. So the decision-making opportunities we have in the Board of Public Works includes policies that often have to figure out about the financial impact of that and of those decisions. having said that, let me get right into it. There were several things that I heard for which I'd like to have more information to become a little bit more aware about the aspect of these questions and what impact it has on this proposal before us. The first concern I had that I heard was this issue of data collection. So I'd like somebody to explain to me what data we are collecting and why we need to collect this data and what we use it for.
Commissioner Davis, I'm going to ask our consultant, John Gobies, to talk about some of the data collection that occurs presently in other transit furniture programs and how, our STAP program will emulate that in a certain degree.
Thanks, Lance. Commissioner, the data that we will be collecting in the program is what's called non-personalized data. So we're not going to be swiping your cell phone and taking your Starbucks application and going buying a latte with it. The limitation of the data that we'll be collecting right now is limited to things like pedestrian counts, the number of people who are walking by a device. We'll also be collecting traffic counts because obviously we're going to be on thoroughfares, and that data will be fed back into other city data storage so it can be analyzed and used in positive ways to look at things like traffic counts, to determine the signalization of lights, to determine those types of things. There's going to be no personalized data that's going to be collected from anyone. The other types of sensors that we would like to put out would be with AQMD, looking at air quality, because that's a concern because of the heat. And I think you also know, I think most of the commissioners probably know that there's an associated issue of levels of asthma and those types of congestive diseases in neighborhoods. So we'll be looking at, monitoring air quality in a number of the shelters at strategic locations with guidance from organizations like AQMD. But we're not going to have, types of sensors that are going to be intruding on people. And, take it a step further to answer your question, because I think we do this in other cities in the United States. Most of the time, if you have an out-of-home advertising device like a billboard or a shelter or something, in order for it to interact with the person has to opt in. So it's like going to CVS, and when you walk into CVS and the digital device inside the store recognizes that you're in its loyalty program. So your phone may get pinged with offers for, coupons for products inside the store. We're not doing any of that stuff.
Thank you. Thank you for that. The other issue is it was mentioned that there would be some benefit. So I guess my question is, how will this program benefit neighborhoods in general and minority communities in particular?
Lance, I'll start off and then I'll give it back to you if that's okay.
That's fine. Thank you, John.
Okay. These programs, where we've done them anywhere in the world, as a matter of fact, it's the issue of providing what the focus of the program is, which is shelter, shade, safety, and comfort. If we look at providing shelter to people, it's going to encourage people to use shared ride forms of transportation, particularly metro services or LADOT services, because it enhances the rider experience. So, and also, since the pandemic, there's been quite a bit of crime, and having street furniture that's well lit and has an emergency call device in it provides an extra level of confidence in security for people. And, we envision the program as being not only for transit riders, but also for pedestrians, and then people who use active transportation, like people who are riding bicycles because of the proliferation of bike lanes in the city, and also people who are using things like Uber and Lyft, because LADOT has a big push on for mobility hubs. And as been mentioned earlier, I think Shirley mentioned it, that we're going to try to consolidate a lot of those activities around our street furniture to frankly, to hopefully organize things and make it a lot more convenient for people to use the sidewalk by trying to corral things, and put them into place or have a place for them to be stored.
So the priority of this program then is to place street furniture, update street furniture, place it in places where there are gaps and voids, or the lack of street furniture in various communities throughout the city. Is that pretty much one of the main priorities of the program?
Yes, sir. And there's been comments about revenue. In most of the programs that we've been involved in, the biggest thing is maintaining the street furniture inventory that's there. And that's the primary reason you generate revenue, because that revenue really goes towards keeping this furniture well maintained so it's attractive to people who want to use transit or who are walking. So, as been mentioned, I guess, by, in Norman's discussion, the focus of the program, yes, it generates revenue, but very much our focus is on those primary goals: shelter, shade, safety, and comfort.
How do we assess the revenues made in a given area, and then how do we reinvest those revenues as it gets back to our office?
Well, we'll be looking, Lance mentioned the content management system, and that will control all the devices, so it will tell us where the advertising is being bought, and it'll also be looking at other data and give us really a dashboard that gives us a performance matrix to look at about how the whole program's performing. Included in that content management system is something called a demand side platform. And what it's going to allow, if we're in, let's say we're in Highland Park and someone wants, a small restaurateur wants to buy space on the advertising devices that's in that neighborhood, they'll be able to go online and buy that space. So we think there's going to be a direct impact back, hopefully, in the neighborhoods, in foot traffic and economic activity in those neighborhoods.
In areas where we have discovered after the performance has started that there have been extraordinary revenues generated. Let's say, for example, we're on Main Street. Will we take after assessing those revenues, will we take some of the increments from that revenue and reinvest it back in Main Street if in fact we discover that Main Street is performing in this program to the degree that it gets these extraordinary revenues? So my question is around reinvestment of those into the communities that are generating the revenues.
Well, I'll let Lance answer that, but the experience in other cities has been that if there's such a demand in utilization of the furniture, that is by actual transit riders and pedestrians, and then there's more advertising, you'll end up putting more elements of the program out there. So that'll be the first benefit, but I'll let Lance answer the question about the revenue.
So right now, revenues presently are split 50-50, with 50% of the revenues generated through the program going into the general fund, and 50% of that revenue being split up 15 ways, with each council district getting an equal share. And the council district shares are there to be reinvested in transit-related improvements within their district.
Great. Okay, so that was definitely the purpose of my question.
With the advent of staff, we have the added need to pay back some of the CapEx costs. So there will be the city council will need to consider an alteration to the admin code that will allow us to do that. But in addition, because we anticipate there will be additional revenues with staff, one of the things that Streets LA has been proposing to do is to reinvest those monies into doing those type of specific community-related streetscape improvements. And so, again, it'll be a council action that's needed to happen, but we are pursuing the ability to actually reinvest those monies within those communities.
Okay, I heard this issue as it relates to the Public Trust Fund. To what degree is the Public Trust Fund involved in this project?
So the public trust fund right now is our seed money to start off the CapEx process. It's the most accessible way for us to initiate the program. In addition to that, we plan to partner with Metro to seek out grants. We are already in discussions with them to do so. We are also seeking other loans. One that comes to mind is a TIFIA loan, which is a federal highways administration type of loan that will help us cover the expenses of the CapEx cost. And, of course, through the program revenues generated, if we take out a loan, then we will be repaying those loans from program revenues. And to the extent that we are able to obtain grants that we do not have to pay back, then again, that'll just add to the city's ability to pay back our debt faster and to make sure that the program is revenue positive. Dr. Davis, you're on mute right now, so we couldn't hear that last question.
Sorry about that. When you say take out a loan, you're referring to taking out a loan in the public trust fund.
Correct. That'll be the initial monies that we use to start the program.
And do you know how much that potentially will be that you're going to be requesting?
Right now, we're looking at an initial amount of $30 million, and we've had discussions with Dr. Campos and Mr. Tanada to that extent, and it seems like that is at a feasible level for us to make a request at this time.
So you said $500,000?
30 million.
Oh, 30 million. Now, it was referred to in the discussion about the company that's going to be doing the work. And could you tell me a little bit about the company and some of the projects that they have done demonstrating excellence in this work, if you will, particularly around similar work that has been done in cities the size of Los Angeles or somewhere in the area of being a major city? Could you kind of just briefly paraphrase an example of some of the work that they have done in that regard?
So I think Mr. O has already kind of highlighted some of the work that Transito has done. I know that Vector Media, who they're partnering with here, has a presence in 46 cities. Some of the cities include like Boston, Las Vegas, St. Louis. So they're not small cities. And they operate similar type of advertising programs. And they've been very successful at it. So we feel confident that they have the capability to experience, bring that same experience here and emulate that similar success.
Now, how did we get them? Through what process? Was it through a bidding process or was it through discretionary selection?
It was through a request for proposals process, again, that we started back in November of 2020. And we received 4 proposers, of which Transito Vector was one of those proposers. And again, through an evaluation committee that was made up of multiple city parties and Metro, we were able to determine that Transito's proposal was the best that we had received. And so we pursued contract negotiations with them from there.
I heard a gap in information in terms of what I heard as far as the remarks from constituents, and then secondly, in terms of the presentation of data and information that I received from staff. So it says to me that there was some gap in terms of our delivery of this information, which leads me to a question about outreach. How did we do the outreach as it relates to communicating with neighborhoods and council offices regarding this program?
So, Commissioner, we actually believe we did an extensive community engagement process. Again, we started it immediately in November of 2020. Streets LA itself did what we call staff information sessions, which we advertised on our website, and we tried to get out to as many people as possible. It was an open invitation for people to come and learn about staff. We conducted several meetings of those natures, and from those initial staff information sessions, we received invitations from neighborhood councils, neighborhood council coalitions, from the LA Chamber of Commerce, and from a number of different organizations to make presentations about staff, and which we did. And so, again, we pursued leads wherever we could get it, and wherever folks wanted to listen and hear and understand about staff. And again, through that process, we conducted over 55 engagement efforts since November of 2020.
South LA was one of those places?
Definitely. West Adams Neighborhood Council is one of them that we met with specifically. We've made efforts to reach out to other neighborhood councils. Again, we did our demonstration of technologies at the CD8 Constituent Center at Vermont and Manchester, where we had furniture on display for 2 days, and also in San Pedro. So we believe that, folks had a good opportunity to come out and ask questions and learn more about our program.
So you met with Donna over at West Adams Neighborhood Association. I know you're not God, but you did meet with the neighborhood association that testified today in Mesa Heights. So, and I know it's impossible to do the million neighborhood associations that we have. Maybe we can do some kind of infomercial or something on our website that will allow other individuals to access the information regarding any basic proposal we have, if it's within the confines of the law, that then they could have access to our general information about a proposal. And that way it would allow them an opportunity to get into it, because obviously we did not inform that particular community. And so I know that, it's not a perfect effort in terms of outreach, but I think that we should look collectively on all that we do and innovative ways in which we can make available centrally located information on our proposals. Thank you so very much for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis, for all those questions. Thank you, Vice President, for also handling the questions. I see Commissioner Corson, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the public comment. I'm a big fan of Leslie Note from Parks and Rec, and even when I was on the Planning Commission, I would say the same thing that she says on one of the episodes is people yelling at me is just people caring loudly. And so we may ultimately disagree with all of the hundreds of public comments we got and people who showed up here today, but I really do appreciate when Los Angeles turns out to share their opinion and get public input, because it means you care. With that said, I do have a couple questions and then a comment, and this is for staff on Transmittal Report 11 in the contract on page 7. It talks about the boundaries and 500 feet. And could we just get an understanding on what that actually means?
I'm going to start off, and maybe John and Melissa can add on to what I'm going to explain here. But, back in 2019, when the City Council directed us to move forward with an RFP process to secure a new contract, one of the other things that they also instructed, not to us, but to the city attorney, was to develop an ordinance that would essentially allow other advertising programs to possibly take place in the public right-of-way. And we know that right now you have Metro Bike Share that's out on our streets through the Department of Transportation in partnership with them that has a desire to advertise on their Metro Bike Share stations. That being said, because of the way the current ordinance is written, that type of advertising is prohibited. Metro Bike Share is not able to generate any revenues to offset their operating costs. And so therefore, the municipal code section that is being changed, we anticipate will allow additional programs similar to that to occur out in public right-of-way. And so that boundary section within a contract itself is to ensure that, no one location is oversaturated with advertising pounds. And so by keeping, structures that have advertising, a certain amount of separation there, we not only prevent that oversaturation, but we also increase the value of our staff structures. Because again, if you have too many things out there at the same location, they're going to be competing against one another, which diminishes our revenue generating opportunities for staff. We want to make sure that we are able to, again, make staff the premier program here within Public Works that is able to, again, generate the revenues that we need to sustain the program and to do things like streetscape improvements. So therefore, we establish those boundaries and limitations.
And just to add on two quick things about what Lance mentioned. You may remember that there was a lot of issues associated with the existing contract with exclusivity and the determination of exclusivity. And in the contract that's before you, the exclusivity in this contract is associated directly with the STAP elements that are defined in the contract. So this issue of delineation of boundaries with other programs further defines that exclusivity. So it's important to look at it in that perspective, that we don't have a gray area that was associated with the previous 20 years in terms of advertising. And my final point is that there was a mention about in the public comments about design and a uniform approach. And we're trying to achieve that in the public realm with the design of the elements that'll be on the street, having a common look to them. There's some room for customization in neighborhoods, but what we're trying to do is come up with a very well-designed kit of parts of elements that'll be on the sidewalks that people will be, very respectful of, and they'll be proud of. And there'll be a commonality of what you see in Watts, what you see in Highland Park, what you see on the west side, what you see in Echo Park. So I think that's important to a program like this, to develop a strong image, and design is very much associated with the brand image of the program.
I appreciate that response. My concern with 500 feet is, as Lance, is pretty much what you said. It sounds like, so if another scooter company couldn't have like their bikes stocked somewhere, or Metro couldn't have their bikes stocked somewhere, it just seems so broad that it takes, so big that it takes up half of some city blocks. So I don't know if that's something that can be addressed now, or if that's something council can take up later, but as we were talking about this, and as your presentation was seeing out, I mean, the last contract that was for 20 years, right? It's outdated for what technology and innovation is today, and that's one of the reasons why we need to update the process and what it is. And I just don't want to see limitations on this one, whether it's for 10 years and then 5 years renewals, that ultimately may make, future technology that is, coming up be unable to participate and be a part of the smart city of Los Angeles. And I see Mr. O has his hand up, so I just want to give him a chance to respond, and then I have another question and some comments.
Yes, Councilmember, I appreciate that question. I think the important thing to realize is that because the city is investing in the capital, what it gets in return is a much higher return on that capital, right? So we're proposing 60.5% of all revenues going back to the city. That's in comparison to the current contract where the city only gets 20%. So the difference, of course, is that when we have other assets that are out there, and if they, for example, compete with STAP, in essence, the city will actually get less money with more advertising screens out there. So that 500 feet does allow the protection needed for the STAP assets to really maximize its revenues. And again, because we're offering 60.5% of all revenues, going back to the city, it really does behoove the city to make sure that the protection is in place.
And I want to just add on one thing. There's at the end of that section in the contract, there is also the ability for us to reduce that distance in coordination with Transito Vector. And so between the city and Transito Vector, if there's a proposal to put a structure that is different from ours, or that is doing a different form of advertising, obviously there's flexibility built into the contract that allows us to reduce that distance to something less than 500 feet.
With all due respect, Mr. O, I believe I am the lone transit writer on this commission, or before COVID I was. And Commissioner Vegas will join me. Not a conversation we've had yet. And while I appreciate the city finding ways to monetize assets, I think being adaptable and being able to encourage more people to ride transit or other means of transportation is the number one goal. And then the money we make is second. So that's my approach to it. And then I just wanted a clarifying question. So we've talked about the 3,000 transit shelters, the 450 shade shelters. So it's really a total of 3,450 shelters.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to share some comments. I'm really excited to know that I'm not the only transit writer on this commission. My first mayoral appointment was to the Metro Service Council of the San Fernando Valley, and that council oversees service operations for Metro. And I'm a big fan and proponent of writing transit. And when I joined that body, one of the things I did frequently, is we're all told to do, but I probably did it a lot and found a way to incorporate it in my daily life, was ride mass transit. And I concurred with a lot of the complaints that were coming in that there isn't enough shade, there isn't enough amenities. And I live in Encino and along Ventura Boulevard. I don't even know, like I saw you guys put up that map. I don't even know where there is a shaded bus stop on Ventura Boulevard that I've ever stopped at or walked by. And on some summer days, that's really brutal, really brutal. And what appealed to me about this, and I beg to defer with everyone who has given public comment, is really the amenities program. And you think about our rider transit, how we travel right now, it's not just taking a bus, it's about scooters and bikes. It's about having Wi-Fi access, so in case a bus route is running late, we know about it. It's about having that digital live information at the shelter, so if you miss the bus, you know you can take alternatives. There are still dead spots in the city when it comes to telecommunication. There's still issues with transit that come about. There's a lot of things. Now, granted, this doesn't include restrooms, but it includes hand washing that's essential, and hydration that on August days in the San Fernando Valley is just a scorcher, and trying to run into the Walgreens or CVS to make it back in time to catch the bus. President Garcia will tell you why I was running late and what that was like. Just imagine if I had to catch a bus, President Garcia. It's not the city we want. And when it comes to Vision Zero, when it comes to mobility plan, we want to encourage as many people as possible to take alternative modes of transportation. We want them to get out of their cars, and getting more people to be comfortable and confident in getting into mass transit or to alternative transportations. That includes the e-scooters. That is the goal of Vision Zero. That is the goal of our Mobility 2035 plan. And so I'm really excited to see this come to fruition. I think it has a lot of potential to help the city become the city of the future. And I would like to see us move this forward. There are some relative concerns in terms of timing, but that's more about, being excited to have it, not necessarily timing in terms of your output, but just, getting it as soon as possible. I did have another comment that I just quickly forgot to note down, so I kind of forgot, and so I will stop there. But President Garcia, if I could reserve the right to come back if I remember what it is to add to that conversation. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Corzine. Yes, of course, you guys can always come back. Sometimes other questions and other comments triggered as the question is happening with other commissioners, so feel free to always raise your hand back up again. I'm going to go with Vice President Villegas, and then I'll take your questions after Commissioner Reyes. Go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you. Appreciate the reports and all the public comment as well. It's good to hear public comment, and I just thank them all for staying on this long and just to be able to hear the whole meeting. And thank you, Streets LA, and all of your consultants for being here today. I just wanted to ask if you shared a little bit about this already in your presentation, but Streets LA, if you can give just a little bit more context just on the location of some of these bus shelters and how you'll be improving the experience for bus users? Where are those? How will those decisions be made?
Certainly. So again, we looked at 5 key factors when determining priorities for where to place our future bus shelters. Number 1 is high ridership, so busy bus stops where you have multiple people riding a bus. Number 2 in that is heat, the exposure to heat and the health effects of heat. We were able to use the California Heat Assessment Tool to map out specific locations that, where people have to endure that type of heat and are exposed to that. The other things we looked at, again, were equity-focused communities. So as was mentioned in some of the conversations, there have been areas that have been overlooked, quite frankly. And it's not necessarily intentional. Again, I will speak on behalf of myself and our current vendor that we really did make an effort to install shelters in an equitable fashion, in the past 20 years. However, things like sidewalk conditions, physical site constraints, even things like property owner objections to our shelters cause us to not be able to put shelters everywhere that we wanted to do that. And the fact of the matter is that we didn't have the data to back that up, why you wanted to put a shelter in a location. Now we do, because we have it all mapped out. It's to the point on a geocoded system. We can say that you got 200 bus riders boarding a bus stop here. They're being exposed to 98-degree weather. They're next to the, let's say someplace like the Coliseum. And so there's going to be a lot of folks going through there. And, it's in a community where it's transit dependent, where you have zero or no car households, where people really need to take the bus just to get to where they want to go. And so these are things, again, that we've all factored into our decision-making process of where we want to put our shelters. And again, we established the priority tiers that will help us guide that process.
Okay, thank you. And if you can just explain a little bit more also, just seeing this from, obviously we'll be having assets at the end of the day, and they'll be being used by the public. How is operations and maintenance going to be handled? How is graffiti going to be handled? Who's going to be doing that?
So one of the hallmarks of the contract is, in fact, the operations and maintenance of the existing furniture. Not only the existing furniture, but also the new furniture we're going to be installing. And it calls for Transito Vector to be visiting each location weekly, removing trash, removing graffiti. They are required to remove, if there's an emergency service call, whether it's graffiti, maybe the trash can's full, maybe someone put stickers all over, the structure. They're required to come out within 4 to 24 hours. And if they don't respond in that amount of time, there's an ability for the city to assess penalties against the company. So we have those same provisions on our existing contract right now, and we found them very effective. Of course, we had a good partner in our current vendor, and we think that we have a good partner in Transito Vector. And so, emulating those same standards, we think that we're going to be able to maintain our equipment in a good working order for a very long period of time.
Thank you. All right. So then my next question will be to Transito. Have you all done maintenance on other shelters in the past, and how has that been?
Yeah, we're very fortunate to be part of the Metro Bike Share program since its inception. We provide field maintenance support as well as bicycle support for the 1,500 plus bicycles, 3,000 plus docks throughout the city. And I think what's interesting is that this project, as we see it, as we start talking about smart cities, but particularly smart city assets that are going to really benefit the everyday bus user, right? To make sure that they don't get left behind with new technologies. It's a lot more similar to bike share docks than they are traditional bus shelters, right? So what we're going to do in terms of innovation of technologies, as Commissioner Corzan talked about, providing things like real-time bus information, incorporating with micromobility docks. These are things that are going to make sure that these technologies that we're providing are going to be very, very cutting edge. So luckily, the experience that we have with Metro Bike Share provides us that experience to really optimize the quality, but also optimize the cost of our maintenance.
I would add on behalf of Vector, we currently operate street furniture in 20 cities around the country. In many of those markets, we currently have the maintenance obligation, so we are well versed in overseeing the maintenance and cleaning of street furniture.
Thank you for that. And some of these questions that I asked, they're already included in our board reports. We've already reviewed them. It's just good to establish it on public record for those that are listening also. So I appreciate you, Transito and Vector, just letting us know of this effort. Now I lost my train of thought too. Yeah, I completely lost my train of thought. Okay, I wrote down some questions, so I'll just go down my list, and maybe my thought will come back in just a bit. I remember what I was going to say. So some of these advertising shelters that will include advertising, if in the event the screen is broken, somebody damages it, who handles the brunt of that? Who replaces those?
Again, that responsibility falls upon Transito Vector as our operator.
Okay.
Yeah, they're 100% responsible for that.
Okay, and just because those things really do happen, and so is just wanting to put that out in the public also. All right, and
all these devices, like you talked about, the screens, they're smart in the fact they're self-monitoring and reporting.
Who's talking?
It's John Gobis, the consultant.
Okay, I don't see you on my screen.
Okay. I was just going to add to your comment. All the devices like the screens are self-monitoring and reporting. So if something goes wrong with them, they're going to report back to that content management system and say there's an LED bulb out in the screen, or if the screen gets tagged, or if it does get someone smashes it or something, that it'll report back to the system.
Okay. Thank you for that. And just one more question. We had comments in regards to advertising. Actually, two questions in regards to like advertising and the amount of light that they will shine in neighborhoods. I'm not sure if this question is for Transito or for Streets LA. Will these shelters be lit all night, or will they be sensor? Will the advertisement be there all night, or will the shelter be lit all night, or are they just sensor sensitive?
So I'll start in, and if Gene or Mark want to jump in after that, I'll let them do that. But the answer is yes to both questions. The screens themselves, if there are digital screens, will be self-adjusting. In other words, we have contract requirements that mandate that the screens need to be self-adjusting, and they mimic the screen brightness requirements of the city sign ordinance, or the proposed city sign ordinance that's under draft right now. And so it'll be, I know this doesn't mean a lot to anybody, but 4 lux above the ambient light level is what the screen is allowed to be. And so really, if you look at 4 lux, it's not a lot of light, but it will be slightly brighter than the ambient light. So during the daytime, it's going to be at one level. During the nighttime, it'll be greatly reduced, but it'll still be visible. One of the benefits of actually having the screens lit is it does provide some of the illumination beneath the shelter canopy itself. And so that is, it's kind of a secondary benefit, but it does provide some safety. The shelters themselves have overhead security lights that will be on in the evening hours and run 24/7. So the area underneath the shelter canopy is illuminated during all evening hours. So it'll do both, and that's the way we hopefully address a lot of the concerns that were mentioned earlier.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is, and a lot of time and attention was paid to, making sure it was as unobtrusive as possible. There's not going to be flashing lights. There's no motion graphics that are going to be part of this. We were very mindful of how often these could change copy to minimize that. As Lance said, it's obviously all relative to the surrounding light. So, the brightness at one location may be very different, but because they're much smaller and closer to the ground, it's certainly not comparable to the amount of light being provided by a digital billboard, sitting 20 feet up. That's 1,200 square feet and not covered by a shelter.
And just by the way, that was Mark Borskowski with Vector Media. In case we didn't get a chance to introduce him earlier. So, but the other thing I want to say, Mark brings up a thing that kind of came up in the comments from the public about flashing lights. And actually, one of the groups that we reached out to specifically during our engagement process was the Epilepsy Foundation of LA. And we talked to their doctors, and we talked to several members of that organization to get their read on digital displays specifically. And again, there was concerns about flashing lights, as some of the previous callers had mentioned. But we talked about the flip rates of the refresh rates of our shelters. And again, for our digital panels, that we are actually mandating a lower refresh rate than what the industry standard is. And so right now, industry standard for the change of digital panels is once every 8 seconds. In the contract, our contract right now, it's once every 10 seconds. And, they can't go any faster than that. Also, the fact that we do not allow any type of animation within our digital displays also helps to address that concern. So, we know that there's a lot of anxiety about that. We think that we have built in guardrails to the contract to help address that. And, we believe we have the best contract possible in that regards.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then just the last question. These bus shelters will be Wi-Fi accessible, free Wi-Fi accessibility they'll include bike racks or like place to park scooters, things like that?
Yes. So again, the whole idea, and with Transito being behind a mobility movement, is to create a suite of options that we could possibly put adjacent to transit shelters that will, serve that first and last mile. People take the bus to a location, they need to take something else to get from that bus stop to their final destination. And so, again, the proposal includes options that will enable us to do that. And, we believe that again, it provides a leap in forward in technology of what we're going to be able to offer up to our transit patrons.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Vice President Villegas. Those were very good questions. Commissioner Reyes.
I'm glad I'm one of the last to comment. I appreciate the presentation. It's very meaningful. I appreciate the public comments. I gleaned a lot from the public comments about the concerns of the communities and the stakeholders at hand. And thank you for Streets LA for the presentation. I think about, elderly Angelenos who rely on public transit to get around their neighborhood. Imagine them standing in blistering sun in the middle of July or August, waiting for the bus with the hot, dark, concrete asphalt that we have. Everyone who's a public transit rider deserves to be as comfortable as their counterparts in another zip code in town. And so I am very much in support of the equity portion of this project because we are expecting climate change, the global heat to be hotter, especially during this summer. We're expecting a lot more impacts on our communities of color. We're expecting an increase in the number of days of extremely hot days moving forward. And then with the increase of those hot days, it is the communities of color that are disproportionately affected by a lack of the shade, right? Having said that, I've heard some comments still from our stakeholders that they have not really felt or believed that there are benefits to marginalized communities. And I'm wondering about that, why that is. I know that, you know, we've had like 55 outreach efforts. We've gotten the support of many of our community-based organizations. I'm really just concerned that our messaging or the framing of the benefits of this project have not really reached underserved communities. So my question is, what is our plan moving forward with this project? Is there a plan of action to tackle or close that gap with other communities in those zip codes that are going to be affected, and where these bus shelters are going to be in place?
I want to start off, and maybe Jean can talk about the community engagement process that Transito Vector plans to do. But on the part of Streets LA, as Commissioner Corson mentioned, you know, it's kind of hard to get to every single corner, or maybe it's Commissioner Davis, to get to every single corner of the city. But that being said, Streets LA intends to continue its community engagement process. And again, that's one of the reasons why we have this staff information session that will be coming up in another couple of weeks. We hope to be able to engage various communities. Again, we've asked folks that, you know, tell us to come out to your community meetings and we will show up and be there. And so we have never turned down a request to present staff. We plan to continue to do that as we move forward with this program. And even while we're installing new shelters, we will continue with that effort.
Also, there are many types of engagement. It's not just, you know, giving them the information. I would like also for us to ask for their feedback and how they want to be included in the decision making, what their ideas are with regards to the bus shelters. Are there other amenities that that community needs? But it will differ from community to community. And I really like to lift up their voices and their participation in this program, because that is where they're the users. We need to ensure that they're benefiting from the service that we're provided. We're investing in this. I'm not too concerned about, I mean, I like the revenue part of it, right? But I'd like to see the benefits more to our community members. Just making sure that we work with the community-based organizations that are in those areas, that we work with the influencers and decision makers over there, and really get their input into the process that we have, and considering that when it comes to policy making later on when we're implementing this project.
Commissioner Reyes, I really appreciate your concern for you know, our most vulnerable populations, right? Because as the Metro survey has articulated, the average household income of Metro bus riders is $18,000. Just to think about that for a second, we definitely understand that it's a one-to-one ratio of the bus riders really being the populations we have to take care of the most. We've done a lot of interesting things. Now, for the past 18 months, we've actually reached out to dozens of community groups. Among them have been the AARP as well as CalLife, to really understand the needs of you know, our retired community as well as our disabled communities, to really figure out how we can help serve them. And you know, we've come up with solutions to really do serve that population specifically, right? Such as providing multiple seating positions for those in wheelchairs, right? It's not just one seating position as is typical in most bus shelters. Providing a great amount of movement and circulation so that multiple people with wheelchairs can have access throughout the day as the shade moves throughout the day, right? So our design process is much more articulate than just talking about how good it looks. And obviously visual aesthetics is important, but the actual practical daily use of that bus shelter in this design was something that our design team really thought about, right? And that's what we're very proud of, is our big design team. We also have articulated that once this contract is signed, we are going to do a further outreach effort, utilizing Empower LA, but also doing direct outreach to community groups further to make sure that they are participating in the design process, participating also in the siting process. That's why for us it's so important that we move this project along, because obviously the less time we have from the official start date, the less time we have for outreach, right? And so our intention is to do the outreach early, and that's the hard work, right? Because that's when you get objections, that's when you get voices being heard. But we feel like that's a good thing, right? Because these voices being heard helps influence our design, which, as I mentioned, is already done, specifically reducing our digital footprint because of concerns we've heard from community, many of which that we're speaking today. But it also allows us to not slow down the process in the future, right? By hearing it early on. And furthermore, as you mentioned, the everyday bus rider don't have time really to be at these public forums. So what we intend to do once this project begins is to do interactive surveys. And that's the great benefit of really utilizing technology to its fullest, right? We believe this idea of smart cities. Now, oftentimes smart cities is a euphemism for gentrification, right? But we believe that by using smart cities technologies wisely, we're going to make sure that everyday bus users benefit alongside of it. So the idea of surveys, the idea of utilizing 311 and incorporating 311 into our technologies is really something that we're looking at. We're looking at these bus shelters really as infrastructure nodes, if you will, right? Part of the bigger digital fabric that the city of LA already has established. So we're not reinventing the wheel, and we're certainly not creating proprietary technologies. What we're doing is creating an open framework to allow the city's existing technologies to utilize the shelters to communicate directly with the people. So we're very excited about that solution and very excited about making sure this is something that continues to be a dialogue, a two-way communication with people.
And another area that's really important to me personally is the sustainability of the project. I know we're planning on like a solar energy and cooling devices, maybe use LED lights, work with other city agencies in terms of renewable energy that can be used probably at time of use to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and use of electricity. There are many avenues for reducing the impact on our greenhouse gas emissions that the city is responsible for under the Green New Deal. So I would just like to put that on the table, Lance, for you guys to consider.
I would like to say that I'm very excited that you brought that up, because we actually, in our proposal, have articulated that in every new location that we're going to site our shelters, where there is not pre-existing grid power, we're going to make those solar-powered stations. So we are making a huge commitment that solar power is going to be a big part of our shelter layout. Not only that, the great thing about the way we're looking at this is because it's an open framework design, things such as Mr. Gobis has articulated, air quality sensors, or the idea of additional green technologies can be incorporated into our open framework. So that's something that we're very excited about, is that as this moves up forward in the future, as new technologies come aboard, again, because we're not trying to create proprietary technologies, but rather we're trying to create an open framework to allow new technologies to enter into the ecosystem, we're going to be able to adapt alongside technology as it moves along.
Thank you for that. That's all I have, President Garcia.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. Commissioner Corson.
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to write down these notes and another question to ask, but Vice President Villegas had brought up the illuminations at the shelters at night versus ambient. Some of these shelters have lighting at night, and some of the poster boards are currently lit up. I'm just curious to know if, like, the new shelters are going to have lighting at night. The illumination, is that going to be just as bright as that lighting, or will it be less bright, more bright?
I'm going to take a stab at this, and then again, I'm going to ask my colleagues here to jump in and provide their insights. But when it comes to the digital shelters, again, this is going to be a minority of the shelters that we have out there. There will be controls that will actually allow the display panels on those shelters to be adjusted to the ambient light. And so we believe, or at least I believe, that those shelters will actually be less bright than our existing static shelters. That being said, if we're only going to have 700 or so digital shelters, that means that we're going to have 2,300 shelters that have static panels on them. And in the locations where we have the correct power source, they will be lit at night. It'll be a constant light, although potentially we could add a dimming feature to those as well, but we haven't discussed that. And that would be something that, again, we would hope to refine through that design process that'll be upcoming.
Okay. And then, thank you. And then Vice President Villegas had also brought up, mentioned the city sign ordinance. I know we have various sign ordinances. You know, in my time on CBC, we passed the cannabis sign ordinance, which was actually, I believe, my first meeting, and we went for a full 10 hours that day. So hopefully we don't beat that today, President Garcia. But when it comes to these signs, all of those various sign ordinances, and I know we heard from a few interested stakeholders in fossil fuels, those will automatically be part of this. We'd also heard from another community member, I believe in Windsor Square, who said essentially the digital signs would not be permitted in their area. So all of those things are still encompassing this new code, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then my last comment was this, and I'm sorry that I didn't say it earlier. You know, on the planning side, I've heard this said before in some community meetings, and it wasn't said here today, so it's not directed at anyone who had mentioned it today, but we've heard people say in community meetings that when we bring up asking developers and applicants who are looking to build something on an intersection that has a transit stop or doesn't have has a transit stop but doesn't have a shelter, hey, can you do something to provide some shade for those who ride transit? And oftentimes during that public comment, you might find someone who will say no, and the real reason why they tell you is no is because if we remove the shade, if we remove any way that of people sitting down, of getting out of the heat or the rain when it rains, that you'll get rid of the transit stop ultimately. And I think that's become code for some type of NIMBYism of we don't want certain transit stops here, we don't want buses to stop in certain communities. And I think it goes to what Commissioner Reyes was speaking of when it came to equity, is we want people to get to every part of the city as feasible and easily as possible. And I think when we're talking about bus shelters and we're talking about transit stops with amenities, that we should go beyond the scope of what we normally think of would be necessary, because we want to make it comfortable and convenient for as many people as possible to ride transit. So wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Corson. Commissioner Reyes, are you raising your hand back up, or was it left? It was left. Okay, got it. Well, we've been in this meeting for 5 hours, Commissioner Corson, so we're 5 hours below your 10-hour record. So we're doing pretty good, you guys. We're doing good. You know, I just want to say to everyone that's been on the call, we don't take these decisions lightly. Something like this takes time for all of us and everyone to really make sure that it's well understood and what we're going to do or what is proposed to do. So, you know, 5 hours, that's what we're here for. We're public servants, and we're really here to make sure that we consider and take everyone's comments seriously and with enough consideration. I don't have much questions. All my colleagues did a very good job in asking questions. I mean, I think we kind of flip this around as many times as we can. I have a couple of perhaps maybe comments and perhaps some questions that I was able to kind of narrow down after all my colleagues have asked a lot of the questions that I had myself. But for one is, I know that we're saying 3,000 shelters and 700 out of the 3,000 will be digital, which is what is really the concerning factor for a lot of our community folks. How will you be identifying, and you probably said it, and I apologize if you did, how will you be identifying those 700 digital billboards throughout the city?
So again, we are using our mapping system to help us figure out where those need to be. And we're looking at adjoining land uses. We're looking at the character of the street itself. And primarily, really, we're looking at existing shelter locations. We actually plan to put very, very few digital equipped shelters at brand new locations. Because, quite frankly, a lot of our existing shelter locations are optimal for that type of advertising device. And so we feel that by just upgrading, if you want to put it that way, 600 to 700 of these existing shelter locations, that will be sufficient for us from a revenue perspective, but also distribute that information and technologies to places that want it and need it. Of course, if someone has a specific request for it, we're happy to accommodate that request. But again, if folks have a concern about it, it's going to be these commercial corridors where the character of that type of shelter with that type of display matches with that type of community character.
Okay.
Commissioner, if I can add on to what Gene said, Lance said, sorry. We've already identified from previous activity what the 700 and so displays and shelters that are out there today, which ones produce the highest revenue. But this business, this out-of-home advertising business changes. So, we're using that as a first guide, but media habits are changing and more out-of-home advertising, who buys it, is changing. And what we're trying to achieve with the program is a mix of national advertising, things like you see with Coca-Cola, regional advertising, which is something like Vons and Ralph's, and then local advertising. And in the last year or so, the out-of-home advertising industry has gained a lot of revenue from local advertising. So, we're going to be looking with the contractor, Gene and Mark, on that too, because there's a lot of untapped ability to serve local advertisers, which I think is important to this program, looking at the number of neighborhoods that we're going to have our elements and our program elements in.
Got it. I'm glad you brought that up. That's actually one of my questions as well, the advertising on local small business community. And I want to also stress that as commissioners and on our board, that's not our first primary reason, or that's a secondary outcome to us. Our primary focus is always to make sure that we're equitable, that we're providing a decent and with integrity shade structure to all communities, and especially our lower income communities. And so that's really important. I think that's probably my most important fact on all this, is that we make sure that we're being equitable all around, and that everybody provides a really nice, up-to-date design on our bus shelters. And I would wish and hope that every bus stop would have a shade shelter. And so, Lance, I am going to challenge you to that, because I understand that you're using your databases to make sure that all of them have, where you're going to identify the digital one. But I also want to say that there's many, many, many bus stops that do not have any type of shelter or even a bus bench at this point. So with now moving on to this point, I want to make sure that we do an assessment and a thorough assessment of the city, making sure that we either provide a bench and shade structure. Really important for me that happens, especially in all areas. I should just say in all areas. I'm not going to identify it specific, because everybody at this point is going to need that. So please, Lance, to the challenge, make sure that we figure out how we provide a shade structure to all of our bus stops. That's number one. Second, will you be, and I'm going to go into the advertising marketing aspect of this then, given the segue we just had right now. I do want to also see if there's a way, and I don't know and please, Lance, let me know if I'm mistaken here. Will local small business owners from the current area will have a special rate when if they want to advertise in these shade structures in our digital billboard? Did I make myself clear, or did it make sense?
Yeah, I'll let Mark handle that in terms of the rates.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, that is something that we plan to do. We do see local sales and kind of the neighborhood sale as something that's been neglected in the past, and we think it's foundational. It's been foundational to the success we've had in all of our other markets. So we plan on hiring local sales reps who represent the communities that they're serving, and we do see a lot of the uptick that we're expecting to achieve in these local communities where we absolutely intend to offer them deals and packages.
I'm gonna stress on that, please. I want to make sure that if your digital billboard is in front of a local mom and pop restaurant, that they actually get a good rate, because that's really some of the other folks we are serving as well. So I would, either you do an intro, free months, I don't know, you work out a really good plan and package so that the local mom and pop restaurants, local mom and pop stores are able to be part of this digital framework that we're putting in place for the city. So again, Lance, I'm gonna hold you to that too, to make sure that we do provide some kind of a good package to small businesses on that. Second, I imagine the advertising is going to be in different languages, depending also, I imagine you're going to do some kind of an assessment that will identify what language is primarily spoken on a specific area. Is that part of your plan as well?
Absolutely. For both digital and static advertising, the networks are often created by demographics and who we expect to be in those areas. So for some digital signage, the language may change in real time to account for multiple language spoken in an area, whereas on static, we'll typically be orienting advertisers towards gearing through language towards their target audience and the expected audience in those locations.
Okay.
And I want to add on to that. Under the contract, the city gets to use 10% of the digital displays and 5% of the static displays for its own public education. That information can be localized. So, if we have it in Filipino town, we want to do it in Tagalog, we can do it in Tagalog there on digital. It's a little bit more challenging on static because those have to be printed. But the beauty of the digital technology is that we can translate things into the right neighborhood with right languages using that content management system that I mentioned earlier.
Got it. Thank you. Lastly, and I don't know if we touched this, and I don't know if I read this, but will your structures have some kind of an emergency type of a system that if somebody is waiting for the bus and it's really late and something's happening, they can press a button and somebody will be on the other line, or at least call for emergency?
Absolutely. It's something that we're looking into right now. Again, it's going to be one of those things that is refined through the design process. We want a system that is easily accessible, but also doesn't overwhelm the 911 with false calls.
Right.
So these are things that we're going to be talking with Transito Vector about to develop a system and the hardware that goes with it that will enable us to notify officials when they need to, or just passersby walking on the street will be able to access it on the shelter and call in an emergency if they see something happening out there. But hopefully, again, by filtering out also all the false calls. So it's something we plan to do, and we're looking forward to it. Actually, pretty excited about it.
Yeah, that is actually very exciting. I want to be able to make sure that we implement that as a safety measure for our folks out there waiting for the bus or public transportation. What I'm really excited about, what I get excited when I hear the digital billboard, is the fact that we will be able to give up-to-date live time frequency of the buses coming. And what always worries me when we as commissioners close or provide closure to a street for, you know, whatever purpose, is that those folks that wake up really early in the morning to take a bus might not know that the bus is running late, not going to be there, or it's changed its route for that day. And so that's really a big concerning factor to me as a resident of the city, that, you know, a lot of folks wake up early and are standing in a bus stop by 5 in the morning. And so if they didn't get the message the day before and their bus is not going to come, then they're either going to be late or they'll have to find another route. And I just, you know, for somebody that's going to work, that's a really stressful situation. So the more that we can reduce that situation is what I would strive for. So I think that's the biggest. If there was even a way that we can like send a text to everybody in the community saying your bus is going to be rerouted tomorrow morning, if we can ever get to that level, that would be amazing. But just the fact that we can now have live, up-to-date time would be actually something that really excites me on that, and making sure that our folks know their bus is coming or not, or so forth.
You know, if I can just jump in real quick. One of the things that was so attractive to us about the Transito proposal was the fact that whether it was a digital shelter or a static shelter, all 3,000 shelters would be equipped with an e-paper screen that's able to display that real-time information. And so all of our shelters, once we're able to roll out 3,000 shelters, people are going to be able to see when the next bus is coming. We're talking about a system that will enable us to actually broadcast real-time messaging out to those e-paper screens. And so these are things that, again, you know, the technology is there, and as Jean mentioned, building that open architecture so that we can add on to that as technology changes in the future. I think that's really, really exciting prospect for this upcoming program.
I agree. And on that sense, then, Lance, I would recommend that the Bureau of Street Services have a fact sheet on your website about the this new digital format that we're doing, maybe so that folks can go back to that and read it in case they have any more questions. So I would say dedicate one page of your website to facts about this upcoming digital shade structure. And second, will there be a number somewhere around your your structures that people can call in for complaints? FYI, whether it's been vandalized, graffiti, or X, Y, and Z, or the advertisement is offensive, or, you know, it's advertising something that I'm not comfortable with, or the kids are reading something. This is not an advertisement we want when it's a structure within a school or something like that. So is that something that, will there be a number on site that folks can call a way to complain if they need to?
Most definitely. Our current program has that feature, and our bus benches have that feature. We plan to carry that feature forward because, as you mentioned, it's a convenience. It enables people to just, if they're at a location, they can just call an 800 number, they'll get a live operator, we'll get it taken care of, and that's the way we're able to actually provide prompt services right now. We hope to continue that in the future.
Okay, got it. Those were kind of my points. Aside from, you know, there's a lot of, you know, you guys are asking for almost 10 things for us to adopt or authorize. Is there a reason why you made it so comprehensive, Lance?
Well, again, most of those recommendations are intended for the City Council's consideration. The board, we're asking the board basically just do 4 things. You know, consider the CEQA document, approve the contract, adopt the advertising content policy, and then the 4th is before that whole laundry list of recommendations to the council for its consideration. And so hopefully the board can act on those 4 recommendations, and we can advance the program.
Got it. Okay, so this just for public notice, because we are very transparent and we like to pride ourselves from this board that we just want to make sure we always hear everyone. Just for really publicity, right? There'll still be another opportunity if there's any type of still any complaints when this goes to council. Am I correct, Lance?
That's correct. We anticipate that there will be the items will be heard between at least a couple of the council committees, which are public forums that people can voice their concerns and call in, similar to what they're doing right now, and in anticipation of any decision that the city council may make.
Thank you for that. Was there a reason why we went with an MND report?
I am gonna let Norman answer that question.
Okay,
Yeah, hi, Norman Mundy, Bureau of Engineering.
Hi, Norman.
Again. Yes, we did.
Go in board meeting.
Hey, Commissioner, you have 2:30. Davis, you're on. Thank you.
Yeah, the way that process works is that CEQA requires that you prepare a document called an initial study. And the initial study contains a checklist that covers various resource areas. And in answering those questions in the initial study, you can determine what the appropriate CEQA document is. Depending on what the answers are, you can prepare the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, which is what we did, or if the answers indicate that there are more serious concerns about environmental concerns, then you prepare the environmental impact report as well. So the decision to prepare the initial study, MND, was made after we completed the initial study, and that was done pursuant to the processes of CEQA.
Okay, got it, understood. Just wanted to make that because that's part of our, what we're approving on item number 4, or approval number 4. Okay, I thought I had seen Dr. Davis. Dr. Davis, do you still have your hand up, or was that from before?
I just wanted to say that in terms of us moving forward, I know that there is a CEQA process with some requirements in that process, but I just wanted to underscore, and I think Commissioner Reyes may have also mentioned it, in terms of the outreach. You know, it is impossible perhaps to get every single neighborhood, but we've got to centralize our notification to residents. Many of them are going to be customers of the new implementation for these bus shelters. So I don't know how appropriate it is going in, but I would like to see us work more closely with council offices. I think that we have done this thing over a period of time, that we could begin to educate them about what we're doing and when we're going to do it, so that they are not caught by surprise with it. I don't know to what degree some of what I'm hearing is true. I'm hearing that the electronic digital advertising will cause disruption in the environment. It will impact global warming. So I don't know where these big grand accusations come from. I don't know the reliability and the validity of any of this. However, what I do know is that if we tighten up our outreach, if the city council is the glue to this community, that they needs to be a part of how we roll this program out. The city council staff and their field representatives need to be a part of how we share this information to make sure that neighborhoods are aware of what is going on, because some of the neighborhoods to whom we have had contact, or with whom we have had contact, haven't heard from us. And so while it might not be generally our fault directly, we've got to find a way to tighten up our community outreach. And again, as our president said, putting something on the website that will be centrally there can be an effort towards closing that gap, but we must close that gap. Thank you, Madam President.
No, thank you, Dr. Davis. That was a very good point, and I agreed. I know that you guys did over 70 community meetings. I mean, you've done a lot, but we do have a huge city. We are the second largest city in the nation, and so 70 meetings to another community, that's a lot. But perhaps to 70 meetings it's quite quite the start point. So I just want to say that Lance and your team out there, want to make sure that everybody's fully aware that nobody's going to be impacted, or what are the impacts if so. So yes, a fact sheet, as much as that we can put out information, that's the best that we can do, or we should be doing, we will do. All right, well, I don't have any other questions for me anymore? I think we've exhausted as much as we can.
And move the item.
Yes, yes, Vice President Villegas. There's a motion on the table to move this item. Is there a second to move this item forward?
And can you paraphrase this action? What we're doing in this action is merely accepting the contract, right?
Right.
And we're moving it forward for the city council's consideration.
Correct.
Okay, at which time constituents have an additional time in which to further comment should they wish to do so, right?
Exactly, exactly. So we are basically doing that, moving this contract forward, one step forward, and this is a needed process to happen. After this, it goes to City Council, and folks have the opportunity to also provide public comment at that point as well.
Great.
Okay. So there's been a first by Vice President Villegas. Is there a second to move this item forward and forward? Was that you, Commissioner Corson?
Yep.
Yes, got it. All right, Dr. Davis, I'm sorry, Dr. Campos. There's a first by Vice President Villegas and a second by Commissioner Corson to move item number 3 forward and forthwith.
So we'll start the voting tabulation. We'll start with you, Madam President.
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis.
Davis, aye.
Commissioner Corzan.
Aye.
And Commissioner Reyes.
Aye.
This motion is adopted and carries unanimous, moving this item forward to the City Council.
Great. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate everybody's time on this item, and have a good rest of the day, and we will continue to follow this item in the next steps. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Except for the commissioners, you guys can go nowhere. I have a couple more items to go through. Lance, thank you for your time too. Mr. Mundy, thank you for your time. And Mr. Shu, thank you for your time. Also to the city attorneys that are here or have been here for this item, thank you. And of course, Shirley, thank you for all your work that you do.
Thank you so much.
All right, everyone. It is 2:30. That last we took a break was at 1 p.m. Commissioners, I'm good to go. We have technically just 3 administrative items to go, and then we also still have an agenda, a special that we can do. So, if you guys are okay, I'll move it forward, or do you want a 5-minute break? I'm not seeing. I'm seeing 2 no's. All right, let's move forward then. All right, colleagues, moving on to item number 4. This is for all council districts. This is an AFB. The Bureau of Sanitation and the Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of
There's no way.
Bahid, I think you are out of mute. Thank you. Are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $78,780 to encumber funds to pay for the recovery and processing services of dead animals for the term of July 2nd, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. And we have Ms. Bernadette Halverston here to present on today's item. Go ahead, Ms. Halverston.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and welcome, Commissioner Susana Reyes. I actually have here the main person who's going to present this is Mr. Nat Isaac, who's back here in the call. So I'm going to give the floor to him.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Nat, are you ready?
Can you hear me okay?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fantastic. My name is Nat Isaac. First of all, good afternoon, Honorable President. Good Garcia, the Vice President Villegas, President Pro Tem Davis, Commissioners, City Attorney, and Executive Officer. I want to give a special welcome to Commissioner Reyes. I'm not sure if Commissioner Reyes remembers that she and I worked together way back in the early 1990s to be the first to start office paper recycling in City Hall and City Hall East.
Yep.
If you remember that. We made it happen. You remember? That's great. Great. Okay. Can you hear me okay? Everyone there?
Yes.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Anyway, I've been working with the city for 16 years on this particular project, the Dead Animal Recovery Program. And I'm here to ask of you your approval for this authority for expenditure, number 225083515M, and related letter of agreement for the Dead Animal Recovery Services. LA Sanitation manages the collection and processing of recovery services for dead animals for all city residents. Public streets, alleys, waterways, city-operated animal shelters, parks, and even transit shelters. Yes, indeed. Dead animals include small animals under 400 pounds, which are collected by our crews, as well as large animal carcasses greater than 400 pounds, such as moose, seals, and mountain lions sometimes. Those are typically collected by our contractor if they're over 400 pounds. Currently, the city's collection crews collect about 870 pounds of dead animals each day, 30 days a month and 12 months out of the year. Currently, the amount is much lower than it used to be before the LA Animal Regulation Department or Animal Services used to have a kill policy. They were collecting about 2,000 pounds per day, a ton per day. So we've gone down considerably as a result of that policy change, and we're very grateful for that. Nevertheless, the current vendor that we've been using is Legacy Byproducts, LLC, also known as Legacy. It's one of 5 dead animal recovery processing facilities in Southern California that recycles 100% of all the dead animal materials. But only this company, Legacy, accepts the type of animals we bring in. That is, animals that are euthanized or animals that are considered roadkill or killed by disease or unknown deaths. And so we really rely on this particular company to take all of the dead animals and recycle them into reusable, beneficial products. The city is in the process, has been in the process of preparing a 5-year sole source contract with Legacy. And in the meantime, we've been using the authority of expenditure process to continue services. The current contract we're in with them now has expired as of June 30th, 2021. And so we are requesting your approval of this contract to continue paying them for the past 9 months of services, as well as until the end of this fiscal year. Dead animals can be landfilled for disposal, but that's not an environmentally sustainable option. There are 2 landfills near Los Angeles that accept dead animals. One is in Rialto, and one is in El Sobrante in Riverside. The Riverside location only accepts it at night, dead animal loads at night, and the Rialto landfill is about 2-hour drive one way, so it poses a tremendous logistics issue as well as an environmental issue to bring them to those locations. So my purpose today is to basically request your approval for this AFE and LAO contract until we are finalized with our sole source contract with Legacy. And I want to just point out that Legacy is the only vendor that accepts these type of animals in Southern California besides the landfill. But they do it for recycling purposes. Landfill, and also in addition, landfilling animals will increase the organics materials being sent to landfill, which is an issue for our compliance with SB 1383, which is trying to reduce the amount of organics entering the landfill stream. So in conclusion, LA San recommends that the board approve this contract, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Isaac. Thank you for your thorough report, and also Ms. Halverson for your report. Colleagues, any questions on this item?
I just have one. Where are we on the sole source processing?
So the sole source contract is going to be sent to contract compliance contract admin by next week. We finished the contract part, and we are just finalizing the board part, which requires a BIP waiver. And after that BIP waiver is done, which should be this week, it'll be sent to contract admin for review.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. I don't see any other hands up, so I take it there's no questions on it. Is there a second to my motion to move item number 4 forward?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. Dr. Campos, there's a first by me and a second by Commissioner Reyes to move item number 4 forward and forthwith.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Absolutely, President Garcia. And before we take the vote tabulation, would it be okay to check one caller that has their hand raised? I'd like to make sure that person would like to make any public comments on item number 4.
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, we'll hold the motion on the table really quick. Caller Kim Marie Johnson Roussel, you have your hand raised for item number 4. Would you like to make public comments on item number 4? If you can please unmute your microphone. This is for caller Kim Marie Johnson Roussel, Roussel. If you can please unmute your microphone, the board is now considering item number 4. Last call for Kim Marie Johnson Roussel. If you can please unmute your microphone by pressing the unmute button. The board is now considering item number 4. President Garcia, there's no response from the caller. We'll go ahead and make that notation, and we'll start with the voting tabulation on item number 4 now.
Great.
We'll start with you, President Garcia.
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis. You're on mute.
Davis, aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Corzan.
Aye.
And Commissioner Reyes.
Aye.
This motion is adopted and carries unanimous. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Isaac and Mr. Halverson, for your time, and thank you for hanging in there with us. I hope you had snacks and drinks throughout the 5 hours. All right. Have a good rest of the week.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, colleagues, we're going to take items 5, 6, and 7 all together. I'll read them in for the record. And Dr. Campos, there is not a presenter for the next 3 items, right?
That is correct. It's communication from our honorable mayor to your board accepting approval of the contracts.
Thank you. Item number 5, this is in all council districts. The mayor has approved and authorized the Board of Public Works to execute the approval of budget increase and amendment number 2 to the personal services contract with 5 key schools and programs, mobile pit stop and mobile showers programs. Item number 6, the mayor has approved and authorized the Board of Public Works to execute the approval of budget increase and amendment number 1 to the personal services contract with Urban Alchemy for the Skid Row cleaning program. And item number 7, the mayor and the city council have approved and authorized the Board of Public Works on behalf of the Bureau of Sanitation to execute the proposed amendment number 2 to the contract with Electronic Recyclers International, Inc. for electronic waste disposal services. Colleagues, is there a second to my motion to move items 5, 6, and 7 forward?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Villegas. Dr. Campos, there's a first by me and a second by Vice President Villegas to move items 5, 6, and 7 forward and forthwith.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and start the voting tabulation. We'll start with you, President Garcia.
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis.
Davis, aye.
Commissioner Corzan.
Aye.
And Commissioner Reyes.
Aye.
Thank you. This motion is adopted and carries unanimous. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Moving on to item number 8, this is a stop notice for Western Rentals. Western Rentals is transmitting a stop notice in the amount of $2,628 for work done by Joke Heavy Construction, Inc. in connection with the Bushnell and Wheeling Way Bulkhead project. Also, I don't believe there is a presenter for this item, right, Dr. Campos?
That is correct.
All right, is there a second to my motion to move item number 8 forward and forthwith?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Corson. Dr. Campos, first by me, second by Commissioner Corson to move item number 8 forward and forthwith.
Absolutely. We'll start the voting tabulation. We'll start with you, President Garcia.
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis.
Davis, aye.
Commissioner Corzan.
Aye.
And Commissioner Reyes.
Aye.
This motion is adopted and carries unanimous. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. Number 9 has been continued to May 27th.
May 25th. President Garcia, thank you very much. There's been a request to continue the item to Wednesday, May 25th, 2022. I'm sorry, I said 27 earlier. I think May 25th is Wednesday.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, item number 9 has now been continued. We are going to adjourn the current meeting unless have we cleared the desk, Dr. Campos? So I shouldn't say adjourn yet.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, and I'd like to do a quick adjourn motion, Madam President. I'm so sorry for this long meeting, and I do want to, though, adjourn in the memory of Mrs. Ernestine Wilson, who was a longtime employee with the County Board of Supervisors some time ago. She worked with also Council Member Margaret Lee Thomas and was a long-term resident in South Los Angeles. Her services, her homegoing services were last Saturday, but she was a loyal Los Angelinos, loved Los Angeles very much, and she leaves to cherish her memory. Her two grandsons who she raised, who have done quite well, one whom owns his own business and another one who is also a college graduate. And I had the opportunity to work with her during the time in which I worked for Supervisor Burke in the County Board of Supervisors many years ago. So thank you for allowing me to make this tribute to Mrs. Ernestine Wilson, who lived here since 1957, by the way, and moved here from Arkansas. So thank you so much for allowing me to adjourn this meeting in the memory of a loyal Los Angelinos, Miss Ernestine Wilson.
Thank you, Dr. Davis, for always making sure that we stop and celebrate those that have contributed to the city. Appreciate that. On that end, colleagues, we do have a special, so just hang on. We're going to adjourn this one and open the special, and then we'll be adjourning for the rest of the day after that. Thank you, everyone. This meeting has been officially adjourned.
Great, thank you, President Garcia. Let's go ahead and open up the special agenda that's scheduled at 1 o'clock. It is now 2:46 p.m. for Wednesday, May 11th. We'll go ahead and start roll call and quorum. At this time, we have President Garcia, Vice President Villegas, President Pro Tem Davis, Commissioner Corzan, and Commissioner Reyes. President Garcia, you do have a quorum for the special meeting. At this time, I will take any public comments or any commentary on the special agenda item number 1. If you are here from the member of the public that would like to provide public comments on item number 1, if you can please raise your hand by pressing *9 or clicking the raise hand icon on your Zoom application. Again, this is for special agenda item number 1. President Garcia, seeing no callers on the line for general public comment or comment on item number 1, we will go ahead and close out general public comment, and also no commentary on this, no commentary from the neighborhood council on this item.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. Agreed. Public comments officially now closed. Colleagues, this is agenda item number 1. This is through our special, I don't think I said good afternoon. Welcome to a special meeting of the Board of Public Works for our Wednesday, May 11, 2022. Sorry, I didn't establish that part of it. Great. Now we can move on to item number 1 on today's agenda, which is in Council District number 3. This is a request from the Bureau of Engineering. This is a bid extension for the Madrid Theater Renovations Project 21622 Sherman Way, recommending the board to 1, grant an extension of the bid date from May 18, 2022 to June 1st, 2022, and 2, move that the city engineer advise all prospective bidders of the board's action by addendum. And who do we have here for this item?
From the Bureau of Engineering, Carla, will you be presenting item number 1?
No, Dr. Campos, that's actually going to be Stephen Fierce.
Okay, Stephen, are you good to go?
Give him about 5 seconds, and he is going to turn on his camera. Stephen, if you can turn on your video cam. Mr. Fierce, if you can hear me, if you can turn on your video cam. There you are. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Steve, I'm sure your camera, you were on since 10 a.m. All right, Stephen, go ahead.
And thank you for the special agenda meeting today. So, yeah, as you noted, this motion before you is in regards to the Madrid Theater Renovation Project, which is located at 21622 Sherman Way in Canoga Park. It's between Topanga Canyon Boulevard and Canoga Avenue. The project is currently out to bid and was advertised on April 13, 2022. The project is scheduled to receive bids on May 18th. However, some of the prime contractors were having difficulties getting their business inclusion program outreach that they performed to show up on the RAMP website. So with this motion, we're requesting that the board grant the extension of the bid date from May 18th to June 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Fierce, for that information. Colleagues, any questions on this item? Hearing none. I don't have any other questions. It's just an extension, right? So that, and you're asking this extension because?
Just to allow the prime contractors more time to get their business inclusion program outreach uploaded on the RAMP system.
Okay, got it, understood. RAMP is a new format and a new platform, so there's a learning curve there for some and so forth. So I understand, we understand that. And it's, like I said, it's a pretty large city, so there's a lot of folks that are trying to get on that, on the RAMP website. Okay, understood. I don't see any questions, Mr. Fierce. Are there any objections of moving this item forward? Hearing none either. Okay. Is there a motion on the table to move item number 1 forward and forthwith?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. All right, Dr. Campos, there's a first by VP Villegas and a second by Commissioner Reyes to move item number 1 forward and forthwith.
Absolutely. We'll start the voting tabulation. We'll start with you, President Garcia.
Aye.
Vice President Villegas.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis. Dr. Davis, you're still on mute.
Yes, sir. Repeat that again, please. I'm sorry.
Roll call.
Roll call voting for
Aye.
item number 1 special. Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Corzan
Aye.
and Commissioner Reyes.
Aye.
This motion is adopted and carries unanimous. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fierce, for your report and for hanging in there. Have a good rest of the week.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Campos, have we cleared the desk?
Yes, you have.
All right, colleagues, we are officially over for the day. This meeting has been adjourned. Commissioner Reyes, welcome. We promise they're not always like this. We've had shorter ones before, but today we just threw you in the tank. How's that?
Right. You went into the deep end.
Yeah, I know. Well, the good thing is it's just coming up from there. It's coming up. Yeah, you already did the hard part. All right.
Thank you.
Well, welcome. We glad to have you
so
and
much.
glad that our board is fully full now. So thank you
Yes.
for that.
Yeah.
With that said, everybody had a good rest of the day, and then enjoy the rest of the week. We'll see each other on Friday again.
All right. All right.
All right. Bye, everyone.